comes up be adopted.
Thank you. Please read the Gowan floor amendment.
Additional Cal Gowan floor amendment. I move the following amendment to House Concurrent Resolution 2060, reference to Senate Engrossed House Resolution. Signed, David Gowan.
Senator Gowan.
I move that the Gowan floor amendment to HCR 2060 be adopted.
Explanation.
Yes, sir. Let me get my little schematic. All this amendment does is two things which clarify some of the misinformation that's been going around these past few weeks. Number one, we're removing any ambiguity that DACA recipients are somehow impacted by the bill when it becomes law. In no way, shape, or form does this apply to anyone that crossed the border before this even becomes law. That's the clarification. You're just stripping that out. And because, number two, because of another piece of misinformation, we're spelling out what probable cause is. Even though it's in the Constitution, what probable cause is, we're spelling it out. Something the Constitution already protects, but we're spelling it out in any way to stop the ambiguity, misinformation we keep hearing out there already. So it's just going to spell it out and say this is what we're talking about.
Thank you. Any discussion? Senator Thunderation.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on the amendment for
Senator
sorry,
Gowan.
District Senator from District.
You can say Senator Gowan if you're asking him to yield for questions. That's
Okay,
fine.
okay.
You
Thanks.
yield, Senator Gowan? He yields.
Thank you, Senator. So I guess I have one question for you, Senator, on the piece that is being removed for DACA. I really do appreciate that provision getting taken out because I don't think it was misinformation. So could you clarify the effect of that provision being taken out? I think it was in fact a provision that was put in there to specifically say that DACA was not an affirmative defense if the DACA program was federally ended, that DACA recipients would then be subject to the crimes created here. So could you clarify that for me?
Senator Gowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I could tell you why we're pulling out, and I've stated it already in one fashion, that we're making abundantly clear we don't want to harm any DACA recipients at all. And we didn't believe we were anyway. So at the end of the day, we heard the ambiguity out there. And, you know, from my point of view, at some points, it seemed like misinformation throwing out there. So we wanted to make sure, get the ambiguity out if there is, and actually put it in the bill, actually take it out of the bill, anything that looks like it would be for DACA. That's the whole purpose of what we've been doing. So that's why.
Okay, thank you, Senator Gowan. I really do appreciate that DACA piece being removed. Mr. Chair, I also have a question for Senator Bennett, if he yields.
Senator Bennett, do you yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
He yields.
Thank you, Senator. I understand also, so just below the provision that was removed for DACA, that there is additional language that clarifies or attempts to clarify how a person may not be arrested for a violation of this section. And I'll read the language here. A person may not be arrested for a violation of this section without probable cause, which may be established, and if this is an out-of-date version, please do correct
I think it says shall be established now.
Okay, so the versions say which shall be established by any of the following: a law enforcement officer who witnesses the violation, 2, a technological recording of the violation, 3, any other constitutionally sufficient indicia of probable cause. I just wanted to ask you, do you read that section to be to mean that all 3 of those are required in order to find a person subject to arrest, or does the any of the following piece mean that any of the 3 could be applied, so it's kind of an or list?
Mr. Chair,
Senator Bennett.
Senator, I read that as any of the 3 would be able to be used to establish probable cause. I'm assured by our counsel that the Supreme Court of the United States has ruled in other cases that whenever you list a list of things, that if the last of that list is any other kind of catch-all phrase, that it is interpreted by the courts, and I would support this interpretation in this bill, that the any others has to be of the same level or standard as the others listed in the list. So it is my personal intention on this language that the level of probable cause necessary to arrest someone in violation of this would be witnessing the crime personally by the law enforcement official, or technological recording, video recording of something. I mean, you may have one law enforcement officer that's monitoring a camera, and they see at, I don't know, tree number 6 that 5 people are crossing, and they contact a colleague in law enforcement, and they stop them at tree number 7 or whatever, and it's the same 5 people that are on the recording of having crossed illegally. And the other, I personally would have included a word such as similar, constitutionally sufficient indicia. That was not included, but personally I would have added a word such as that to make it absolutely clear that the other probable cause contemplated by item 3 are of that same standard as 1 and 2. Personally witnessing the violation or technological recording of it.
Thank you, Senator. A follow-up, Mr. Chair? Okay. So thank you, Senator. I very much appreciate your explanation of that language. But I think you, by that explanation, agree that the first 2 listing are very specific, and that that third piece, any other constitutionally sufficient indicia of probable cause, could be reasonably interpreted and likely will be interpreted as a much broader granting of that probable cause, which, you know, as I read it, does open this again back up to the racial profiling concerns that we have been concerned about all along. I mean, just wanted to, do you agree that's a reasonable or likely interpretation?
Mr. Chair, Senator, again, the conversations I've had with our legal counsel are that when lists of anything, especially in this case, probable cause standards, are included in legislation, and then a kind of catch-all of any others is added to that list, that the courts interpret that to be of equal standard, that the other probable cause indicia, is the word used here, would have to be of an equal standard to a law enforcement officer personally seeing the violation or having technological recording of the violation. And so I know that everything we do down here, it's impossible for us to state every word in a piece of legislation that forces every judge and all judges, or every law enforcement officer and all law enforcement officers, to do it a certain way. Those are individuals. But I think, in my opinion, we're giving clear guidance that the standard of probable cause in this, with this amendment, with the Gowan Amendment, is personally witnessing, technological recording, or something of other at those same standards. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's somebody stops a car 2 miles north of the border, and they're coming north on a road that comes from the border, and only from the border. There's not a lawful port of entry at that, at the other end of the road at the border, and they open the trunk, and there's people in there that obviously just crossed the border. I don't know. I've got a colleague, Mr. Kavanaugh, who worked in law enforcement for years, who I think would like to maybe weigh in. I see his light on. So as one of the many non-lawyers in the room and on the floor, yourself as one, I'm not going to presume to know more about the law than you interpret the law to be, but my interpretation is that any other catch-all in paragraph 3 of this list should be at the same standard as numbers 1 and 2.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, comment?
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you. And thank you to the senators who did answer my questions. I think that I very much appreciate the attempt here to try to remove many of the concerns that we've been raising. But unfortunately, the way I read this here and the way that Senator Bennett did answer does underline the continuing concern, the continuing fear that this language opens up communities to racial profiling, specifically because it is in any of the following list of reasons that someone could be arrested for this, to establish this. It very specific 1 and 2 descriptions of what must be witnessed or exist to establish the probable cause. But the number 3 is so broad. It is a catch-all, and as Senator Bennett did describe, he would have wished a more specific kind of language there, using the word similar or otherwise, to cabin that number 3, to make sure that it was as specific or it limited the whole provision to that specific language. And so without that, and especially with the may be established by any of the following wording, this catch-all phrase, any other constitutionally sufficient indicia of probable cause, gives rise again to the fear that racial profiling will occur, that probable cause can be met in any number of circumstances. It is not going to be limited to scenarios that occur at or near the border. It is not going to require the video recording, et cetera, that this could be applied in a much broader sense and justify our concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to make some comments on the issues raised by Senator Sundaration.
Please proceed.
Well, first of all, it clearly is any single one of those 3, although in some cases it will be more than one. It could be a case where a police officer witnesses it and and was also on video camera. So, but any one of those, because you use the word any. Concerning whether number 3, any other constitutionally sufficient indicia of probable cause is a catch-all. It was originally, because the original wording of this was any other sufficient indicia of probable cause. And at my request, the word constitutionally sufficient indicia, I added the word constitutionally. So the other factors must be constitutional. Now you may say, what might those other factors be? Having been a police officer for 20 years, I can tell you there are other possibilities. The most obvious is, and this happened to me many times in my police career, the person just comes up to you and admits it. This may be a person who was trekking across the desert, crossed over, right? And the police officer didn't see him immediately cross over. They're out of sight of the border, and the person says, help me, I just crossed illegally, I need help. Criminals do that. We used to have a motto in law enforcement, basically, criminals are stupid. Or should I say, at least the ones that we catch. Well, I'm sorry if I offended any criminals in the gallery. But people will confess to offenses like this. The other is the police officer might overhear it. I had many situations when I was in plain clothes and I was standing near people and they admitted to criminal acts. They did drug deals in front of you. So these are other ways besides a police officer actually witnessing the crime that you can have a constitutionally legal probable cause to make an arrest. So your fears should be allayed by the fact that the word constitutionally would prevent less than probable cause, racial profiling, or any of those things, because that is not constitutional. With apologies to the criminals in the gallery.
Senator Epstein.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I rise with a question for the sponsor of the amendment, if he'll answer.
Senator Gallandia, will you yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields.
Thank you. The first question, Mr. Chair, Senator, is simple. On the amendment that I'm looking at, it says on line 16 of the amendment, letter to conform, and then it says on line 40, after states, insert this, and when I go to line 40, there is no word states, and I'm wondering if we have a typo in the amendment here. So I'm looking at the amendment itself. If I can get the amendment to stay up. I'm looking at the amendment itself. It doesn't have sections. It has one page of amendment. On page 16 of the amendment, or on line 17 of the amendment, it says, on line 40, after states, insert or the person's nation of origin. And it doesn't give us page, so I would assume page 5. But on line 40, I don't see that.
Page 5, line 40 reads United States, period.
Page 5, line 40, on my view, says to be paid as follows.
So are you looking at the House concurrent resolution that was amended by the Senate previously?
I'm looking at what is called sync to roll call, and it says HCR 2060 in the ad cow. This is the actual bill. So the bill is different from what we've got on sync to roll call? Thank you.
Okay, we're working on getting sync to roll call refreshed. There is a hard copy up here if you'd like to see it.
I'm just looking at sync to roll call. And so I think sync to roll call is geflunked, and if it is, then we should get it going before we vote on it or do anything else.
Ms. Epstein, what would you like to
Then
see?
I would like to know, so should I stop ever working from sync to roll call, because it seems like that should be the most direct thing. Mr. Chair, I'm
Wh-
asking you.
So the amendment is to the reference to the Senate engrossed House version. We're not the House engrossed version, the Senate engrossed version of the House concurrent resolution. We're working on getting sync to roll call aligned,
Okay,
but there is a hard copy, and it's also, well, we have a hard copy, I
All right.
suspect, right there,
great.
that one.
So I'm going to take a look at that and bring up the point that I had, if I may, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. So the words that I'm concerned about are where it says, and ladies and gentlemen, can I just take a moment to say this is why when we do amendments at the last minute and we really haven't had time to see them, it matters. But nonetheless, it seems as though your intention, Senator, thank you for waiting, is to add the words or the person's nation of origin, meaning whatever it says, and they could also consider being deported to their nation of origin. And my question for you is, how are we going to do that? The U.S. has an extensive operation to do that. And how exactly is Arizona going to, are taxpayers going to start pay for people to be flown to Venezuela, to Australia? How would we do that?
Senator Gowan.
Yes, I will answer. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, we don't deport. So this is about self-deportation. So if they want to go home, they can get their way home the way they need to, or they can go to the border where they came from.
And my understanding, by the way, is the sync to roll call is showing the correct bill at this moment.
That's terrific. Okay, so, Mr. Chair, And then for the enforcement of it, it's, how does that work? If the decree is given and they decide to take themselves out of the country, who is that? Is that federal enforcement that makes sure that that happens, or is that Arizona's enforcement officers that follow through on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be up to the individual. If they want to go self-deport in a home, it'll be up to them to get themselves home, or they can go back from the origin that they entered the country in. It's exactly what the bill says, is exactly what the meaning is.
Mr. Chair, one more question.
Senator Epstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, so if somebody says to, if somebody's trying to be, if a law enforcement officer has pulled somebody over and they say, well, I will just head back to my own country, they get back in their car and they say, because I'm going to go to Sky Harbor now and I'm going to go back to my own country, and that's okay. Is that how this is going to work?
So the issue
Yeah.
here, Mr. Chair, yes, thank you. You have a court of order that will pronounce that. If they want to go back from the way they came, they can do that automatically. But if they proceed and want to go through the court system and they want to declare they want to go home, that's when they will declare which way they want to go. Whether they go back to the point of origin or, I mean, frankly, there's 100 different nationalities more that cross our border every day. And so at the end of the day, if they choose to go back to China, Iraq, wherever they come from, that'll be on them to do that. Or they must go back across the point of origin that they crossed and return, if they wish, through a port of entry, which is the law.
Okay, and very last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, this amendment is dated 11:52 a.m. and it is now 2 p.m. So is 11:52, is that when the earliest anybody could have seen this, the earliest that anybody in the public could have seen this amendment? Is that accurate?
Mr. Chair, we follow the rules, so however the rules dictate, I suppose that's where we would find that trail.
That's all.
Thank you. Senator Hernandez.
I have a question for Senator Hoffman, if he will yield to one question.
Senator Hoffman does not yield.
Okay, I have a question for Senator Bennett, if he would yield for a question.
Senator Bennett, do you yield? Yes. He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as we were talking about the amendment and taking out, or the section C language, the way it's written, could this not still be interpreted? One of the items says that they would have to witness the violation or a technological recording of the violation. Could this be interpreted to mean that because the bill has no geographical limitations and can apply for the entire state of Arizona, therefore not making it a border bill, if something is caught on video, could that not be sent to another law enforcement agency somewhere else in the state, and therefore it not only apply to the border?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, whether the law enforcement officer witnesses the violation of entering or attempting to enter this state directly from a foreign nation at any location other than a lawful port of entry. That's paragraph A of what would be unlawful. If a person violates that and is seen in C1, a law enforcement officer witnesses the violation, so they would have to witness a person actually entering or attempting to enter the state directly from a foreign nation. To me, that's the border. 2, yes, there's the technological recording of the violation. As I described in my answer to Senator Sundaration earlier, if you've got one law enforcement officer kind of watching a camera and somebody else in the field, if they see somebody on the technological recording entering, and that's communicated to somebody who's 500 yards down the road or whatever it might be, then the combination of the video recording and somebody stopping them a little bit further down the road together, I think, would be still border enforcement. I don't see any way of interpreting this in a way that would allow people to take recordings around the state and internally throughout the state and arresting or alleging even that this is them and we're arresting you somewhere other than very close to the border. I know that there were suggestions from individuals and groups that this can be solved with a mileage indication that, you know, within so many miles of the border. But I'm sure that for every one of those suggestions that there would be another allegation that could be got around somehow. And so with all due respect, I read either witnessing the violation of entering the state directly from a foreign nation at a location other than a lawful port of entry. To me, there's only one place that meets that description, and that is the international border between Arizona and Mexico. And so whether it's the law enforcement officer witnessing that violation or technological recording of the violation, this is at the border.
Mr. Chair, follow up. Thank you. I guess, Senator Bennett, I mean, I'm missing where it says that would have to be in combination.
Not
Because
combination, either or.
Right, but if you're saying that in Section A, it's unlawful for them to enter a foreign nation from a lawful port of entry, and then in C, either the law enforcement officer in C1 has to witness it, or C2, there has to be a recording. Am I missing where those would have to be in combination in order for it to not apply? You said just down the road, but how is this not, without the wording to make it a combination, how does that not apply 100 miles down the road? So if they enter through a southern port of entry and then someone ends up in Fountain Hills, how is that?
We leave it to Senator Kavanaugh to check Fountain Hills.
Well, so how is that not? What limits this to be able to use to go in and detain somebody there?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, again, this section, 13-4295-01, entitled Illegal Entry from Foreign Nation, Affirmative Defense, Probable Cause to Arrest, Prospective Applicability, and Classification. The crime is defined in paragraph A. It is unlawful for a person who is an alien to enter or attempt to enter this state directly from a foreign nation at any location other than a lawful port of entry. B, Section B, are two affirmative defenses. One being they have been granted lawful presence in the U.S. By the federal government, or they're seeking asylum under USC Code, USC 1158. Two is their conduct does not constitute a violation of 1325A USC. The DACA paragraph was eliminated completely. C then was added to, as explicitly as possible, make this a border security bill by saying that C, a person may not be arrested for a violation of this section without probable cause, which shall be established by any of the following. I understand the concerns that Senator Sundaration has already expressed, and you may also share, I'm sure, about item 3, the any other catch-all, but I think Senator Kavanaugh talked about how he added constitutionality, sufficient constitutionality to that part of probable cause, but the other two identified probable causes to make an arrest under this new state crime, if the people pass this, is a law enforcement officer who witnesses the violation. I don't think you can witness a violation of a border illegal crossing without being at the border and seeing the illegal crossing, or two, technological recording of the violation. As I described earlier, someone might be watching the camera, recording, and letting someone else know in the field that a violation has occurred. But one of the other or those, and it could be both, as Senator Kavanaugh mentioned. To me, this is clearly border enforcement. I can't contemplate in my mind everything that you might be contemplating in your mind as to how it might be used or abused elsewhere in the state, but I would remind us of paragraph D that's also added. This section may only be enforced prospectively. This section does not apply retroactively and shall not be construed to apply to the conduct of any person who entered this state unlawfully from a foreign nation at any time before this section becomes enforceable. So that is very important to me, that we're not talking about trying to retroactively apply this to DACA individuals or anyone else, frankly. So if there's a way to make the probable cause paragraph C better, I'd be happy to do so or support that effort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Bennett. With all due respect, there's a lot of things, you know, when we're talking about the constitutionality, there's a lot of things that are in the Constitution, like the right to privacy, and yet we see legislation that attacks the right to privacy all the time. But again, I'm not arguing the crime or how it's described in the statute. My question is solely, and maybe there's another senator that can answer it, but how, as written in this section, how is that limited to anywhere? How is the limitation only to the border when there is no geographical limitations? There's no wording, again, to say that A has to be in combination with C2 or 1 or 2, well, C2. And I'll ask you this example. Somebody crosses at the southern border. They end up here in Phoenix. If that video is transferred to law enforcement in Phoenix, what in this bill limits them to go into someone's home, go into someone's school, go into someone that's in a church to arrest them and then deport them?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, video evidence of someone crossing the border illegally, I don't see how that could possibly be used by somebody to start randomly going through churches or homes or whatever, businesses or anything, to find somebody that might be on that video. I don't think that's the way our law enforcement officers work. I don't think that law enforcement officers of this state, its counties, or its municipalities are going to take a video and start going around trying to find somebody in the video. I think it's going to be used at the border. If one law enforcement officer is watching a camera and somebody else is out in the field, as I said, by tree number 6, because the camera's at tree number 6, I believe that this tightens up the enforcement of this to being at the border. And obviously you disagree, and I respectfully accept that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I absolutely disagree because there's still nothing. I respect that you believe that that's not how our law enforcement works, and I respect that because that is probably a belief that has derived from your personal experience. However, there are personal experiences for many other people of different communities that have had a different experience. And so unless there is wording in this amendment or in this legislation after it is amended that I am missing that would prevent law enforcement from going into people's homes to deport them if they have a video that they crossed through an illegal port of entry, someone please point it out to me.
I'm going to take
you,
the
Mr. Chair.
liberty, since you said someone, and ask Mr. Kavanaugh if he will yield for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would certainly yield, and maybe I can
One
begin
second.
with
Do
this
you want to
initial
ask
question.
him questions?
Well, I can respond to your original question.
Okay, you can make comments,
I-
Mr. Kavanaugh.
Look, in order to arrest somebody, you have to, of course, they have to have committed the actus reus, which in this case is crossing the border at a place other than a lawful point of entry. And then you have to have probable cause to believe that they did that. So obviously, if a police officer is there and sees them, which is the first criteria, that's probable cause, and they did the actus reus. If, in fact, a camera picks them up, and the Border Patrol or our sheriff rushes there, and they're right there, and they can ID them from the film, that's probable cause. They will lock them up. The question is, could they use that video footage elsewhere to lock them up? Well, of course. I mean, if you rob a Circle K and there isn't a police officer there to arrest you, and you're picked up on the video camera, and you run out of the store, and the police have the footage, and they put it on TV, and somebody says, that's John Smith. Why wouldn't you want the police to go and arrest John Smith based on the video evidence? It's good probable cause. Now, in the case of people streaming over the border, highly unlikely that there'll be video probable cause arrest away from the border. I mean, the Biden administration has opened up the border. You have a tsunami of illegals coming across the border, right? How could you ever get all those videos out? It's not practical. The police aren't going to spend the resources that they would with a robber at a Circle K, putting it on TV and making posters. They're not going to do that here. But if you have probable cause that a crime was committed in Arizona, in this case crossing the border at a non-port of entry, of course the police can arrest. You want the police to be able to arrest people for crimes that police have probable cause to know they committed, even when the cop didn't see it. We'd have chaos if we wouldn't let police do that. This law is consistent with criminal procedure.
Senator Bravo, you're on the board.
Mr. Chair, I rise to make a comment on the proposed amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you. At 1:23 p.m., I received an email that the ad cow calendar was adopted. At 1:58, it was updated on the public so that people here, anyone, even our own members, could actually see the language. And at 2:16, you're asking us to approve language that has the potential to be voter protected forever, on the hearsay that your general counsel has this right. And I think that's a huge concern. I think it's being rushed, the processes, and even if 11:50 a.m., if the amendment was prepared, it should have been distributed. It still has not been distributed in paper to every member. It was only posted online. So that's the first thing. But also, I think it's unclear whether an E-Verify check is probable cause for entry and unlawful presence. And I also think there is no guarantee that a mother that is undocumented with a U.S. citizen child could still receive public benefits for that child. In 2016, at the federal level, after the public charge rule, mixed status families dropped 25% their participation going to public health clinics. In Phoenix, we have Valle del Sol, right, that's going to serve families. That is one of the harmful impacts that still remains in this bill. That's why groups like the Arizona Food Bank Network remain opposed. I think I understand the changes that have been adopted, and that's the legislative process to try to work to make something better, but there are still major gaps in this bill.
Okay. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to comment on some of the issues brought up by Senator Bravo.
Please proceed.
Arizona, like 48 other states, is a bicameral legislature, which means we have two separate chambers. And all the bills have to go through both chambers. So the House is going to have to review this, and they're not going to be reviewing it minutes after we leave here today. They won't be reviewing it for a week or two. So there is ample opportunity for everybody to examine, criticize, praise, suggest amendments to this bill before it goes to the House, where any changes could in fact be made. And then it will have to come back here again. So the process is not going to be finished this afternoon. There is ample opportunity. And I might add, this bill has been public for quite some time, and we're just talking about the amendments, most of which I would think the other side of the aisle would be happy with, because if anything, it clears up some of the concerns, because these were put on because of concerns raised by the other side of the aisle. But in any respect, this is not something which is being rushed. There's plenty of time for input and deliberation. With respect to certain federal benefits being denied to some people based on legal status, the language in here specifically differentiates between federal benefits and state and local benefits, because we recognize there are certain federal benefits that a person who is not a legal status can still get. And that language would allow any legal benefits to go to those people and not exclude them. So that issue actually is addressed. And that's it.
Senator Epstein. Oh, Senator Bravo wants to respond, it looks like.
Mr. Chair, if I could respond to Senator Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's, again, that's the difference between the letter of the law and how the law would actually be implemented. When the public understands that they're being targeted, mothers and fathers are not going to take that risk to take their child, right? Our District 26, it's over 64 languages spoken. I knock on doors. If I speak English and Spanish, there are 62 languages I do not speak. That's how diverse our district is. But when they find out that there is a risk that they could be deported by taking their child for public health services because of this measure, logically, what are they supposed to do? This will only lead to fear. It happened with the census. Arizona has boomed in population, but when there was a threat that if you fill out the census that you could be deported, there was an undercount. Other states that have dipped in population got another congressional seat. We did not. And I know that's not entirely identical to this bill, but it shows the impact that these policies have in implementing fear. And what it would do is continue to force families to live in the shadows instead of leading productive lives that they're trying to do, right? And I'm glad you removed the DACA provision. DACA has supported families become homeowners, to help them buy their first cars and have steady careers. They're still not citizens, though. It's not a lawful status. It just means their deportation is deferred. And today, elementary youth and high school youth that are undocumented, they don't qualify for DACA. The program has not been expanded because the Texas Attorney General keeps suing the White House. And so those are families that would also be impacted by this. They are dreamers by nature of being brought here at a young age as undocumented, but there is no path for them. And instead of thanking them for their contributions, this would only put them in a more vulnerable position. And it sends a message that we don't want them here. And yet, 2 years ago, we passed Prop 308, where these students could go to ASU, the University of Arizona, Northern Arizona University, pay in-state tuition. What is the point of telling educated college graduates that we don't want them here? It's incredibly flawed thinking. It's backwards, and it's sending the wrong message to tell them, take your talents elsewhere.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to comment on comments. Again, I reiterate, nothing in this bill removes any benefits from anybody that is entitled to the benefits. What this bill does is it attempts to stop people from illegally obtaining benefits through fraud. And I think that's something that's good for the taxpayers. In addition, this bill is going to empower our state and local law enforcement to protect us from people who cross the border outside of normal ports of entry, because these are the dangerous people. Think about it. Right now, because of the Biden administration's wide open border policy, anybody from anywhere in the world can go to a port of entry and say that they are refugees. Just say the R word, you are legally admitted, you are transported all over the country, and in some cities you get benefits because of that. Now, why would anybody who wants to come here, right, outside of the normal channels, why wouldn't they go to a port of entry when they get legal status and transported around the country and all sorts of benefits? There's no reason why, except if they were criminals, except if they were terrorists, except if they were previously deported and know when they got to the port of entry, they'd be detained and ejected or imprisoned. Only the bad actors are going outside of ports of entry. The people who aren't like that are going through the process that gives them all these benefits. We're trying to stop the dangerous people. We're trying to stop people from taking benefits from the taxpayer that they don't deserve it. And I cannot believe that we can't all be united in these two noble causes: public safety and fiscal responsibility.
Thank you. Senator Epstein.
I rise with a question for Senator Gabaldon, if she will answer.
Senator Gabaldon, will you yield for questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
She yields.
Thank you, Senator. It is amazing to me how much we have, despite Senator Hernandez's fantastic explanations of probable cause, Senator Sundaration's explanations that when you read these words, there are 3 items listed that define probable cause, and it could be any one of them, meaning that just the word probable cause could be it, because sadly, this law defines probable cause by using the term probable cause. Not the best way to write a law. And that's and it's that third point that I'd like to talk with you about and hear your thoughts, because this bill, this law, would still allow a person to be pulled over because the law enforcement officer had probable cause. Yes, it has to be constitutional. I'm glad you put it in the amendment. You didn't have to. That's already assumed. So, probable cause. I looked up probable cause because it's really not defined, so it turns out that that's when there's a reasonable basis that a crime may have been committed for the arrest. And I'm just wondering, when you were so unfairly, and if I may, the officer obnoxiously pulled you over so many times in the aftermath of 1070, do you think that that officer had, because of their life experience, that they had a reasonable basis in their mind for believing somehow that you may have committed a crime? Do you think that that's possible?
Mr. Chairman, Leader Epstein, thank you for that question. Actually, each time that I was stopped, I asked the officer specifically why he stopped me. And I would say the majority of the time, and I'm talking 18 times within 12 months, asked them and they said, no, prove your citizenship, or something like that, where they didn't tell me how I broke the law, you know, and so to me, I believe that they didn't have probable cause. I believe that they were stopping me because of what I looked like, because I didn't have any, I don't think they had any reason to stop me, because they gave me no reason. They gave me no citation, but I had to prove myself as an American citizen.
Thank you. A comment, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
That is our concern. Probable cause leads to racial profiling. And we certainly don't want that in Arizona again. We don't want this to be that kind of state.
Guys, we don't do that in Cal. For introductions, the beginning is fine, but, and I've heard some comments, some snapping or whatever. Whatever you're doing has to be quiet. I've tolerated less than quiet until now, so please do keep it down or we will escort you out. Senator Kavanaugh, you're back on the board again.
Thank you. Some things become habit for me. Comment.
Please proceed.
The suggestion that probable cause is not an ill-defined legal term is unfounded, to be kind. Probable cause goes back to the founding of our country. It's in the Fourth Amendment. That's where it comes from. And since then, thousands and thousands of times, it has been defined and redefined in the courts, particularly the Supreme Court. So almost everybody knows exactly what probable cause is. Now, the suggestion that because the police can stop people illegally, unconstitutionally, right, we should not pass this law. Well, I'll tell you a way that they can only use this law with respect to a border crossing. If you think the rationale is get rid of laws that can be used by police to cause racial profiling, then we have to get rid of all the traffic laws, because they occur everywhere in the state all the time. But no one's calling for that, because you don't invalidate a law because a small number of police may abuse it by illegally stopping or arresting people. You go after the bad apples, and you keep the laws that we need to protect our safety, the traffic laws and the laws that stop dangerous illegal aliens from crossing the border between these ports of entry.
Senator Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This time I do have a question for Senator Kavanaugh, since we're talking about law enforcement.
Do you yield for questions, Senator Kavanaugh?
I yield.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, Senator Kavanaugh, I mean, there's so many things you just said, but however, on the most recent, I did in fact introduce bills around addressing traffic stop procedures, because some of those are used, just like you said, by bad apples. And every time we are trying to run legislation to address the bad apples in law enforcement, somehow those don't move and get blocked. So, you know, just wanted to throw that out there. But I'm glad that you brought up the Biden administration, because I think it's if we're going to be honest in this chamber, let's be honest. There hasn't been immigration action in 30 years. And that's been under both administrations, Republican and Democratic. The Biden administration had a bill on their desk, or there's a bill in the Senate that has the votes to pass, but a former president has asked congressional Republicans to not move on that bill. Mr. Chair, my question's for Senator Kavanaugh, not for Senator Borelli.
That's fine, but please get to the question.
Okay, well, that's my question. We're talking about, everybody wants to frame this as a border bill, that by the earlier comments, I still think that there's a way to put that this is going to enable law enforcement to enforce immigration law. If we're talking about doing something about what the humanitarian crisis is happening at the border, why are congressional Republicans or people from your party not supporting that bill?
Senator
This
Kavanaugh.
is not an issue that has existed under just the Biden administration. Why are we not also talking about it for the years and years that this has been an issue under Republican administrations? So that's my question. Why the outrage now, but not before?
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Hernandez. Well, I've been outraged since before I came to this chamber in 2006, and I've been working for immigration enforcement since then. If the Biden administration was serious about securing the border, instead of knocking down walls that we build, they build walls. But they don't. And the bill that you're talking about, yeah, let's hire more Border Patrol agents so we can increase the Biden administration welcome wagon, which gets these people, transports them all over the country. No, if you want to do illegal immigration enforcement, you secure the border, you do internal enforcement to make sure those illegal aliens that are here are removed, and then you talk about using our existing very fair laws that allow people to get online and have paths to citizenship by coming here and getting work visas. You don't let people who sneak in the back door take over your country, and you don't give more money to a Democrat administration that wants to use it to increase the flow of these people in instead of keeping them out and securing our country. I hope that answers your question.
Well, I have a follow-up. Actually, now I have two follow-ups. Mr. Chair, if you would, if Senator Kavanaugh would indulge me here.
He continues to yield until
Okay.
he sits down.
So, am I hearing that you want to defund the law enforcement at the border by not letting the Biden administration move forward with the bill?
Senator Kavanaugh.
Because
Mr.
sorry,
Chair.
and I asked this. Hold on, Mr. Chair, and I asked this because, and I'm not the smartest person in this room. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a former law enforcement official, but I would assume that in order to secure the border, you would need Border Patrol agents. And if we're not going to fund the Border Patrol agents, then is Senator Kavanaugh, is your stance that you want to defund that department?
Senator Kavanaugh.
Mr. Chair, I want the existing money that's being given to the Border Patrol, and I want additional money to be given to the Border Patrol, not to be the welcome wagon for anybody who comes to the border and says they're a refugee, but I want them.
Hold on. Point of order was called. Into the mic, please. Into the mic. Ms. Galda, into the microphone, please.
I'm so sorry. My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
I need to know what your point of order is.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's keep to the bill and the name calling. Can we stop that? I'm sorry, that is disrespectful,
Ms.
Mr. Chairman.
Gabaldon, I understand that some of the comments that are made on the floor do upset people, but if you are going to call a point of order, I need to know what rule was violated. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm only answering Senator Hernandez's question. So if you have problems, just look behind you and talk that way.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
first of
We're going
all-
to talk through the chair for this reason. We're going to talk through the chair. Okay. Point of order. What is the point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to look for the rule, but I'm going to continue standing up. Point of order. If please if you're going to direct your comments, please look at me, sir.
Okay. Actually, nobody is required to look at anyone but me. Nor is anyone required to speak to anyone but me. This is the reason why we go through the chair. I understand this is a topic that has a lot of feelings on both sides of it, okay? And I will do my best to manage those feelings. When someone violates a rule, I will call it if I see it. If I miss it, you call point of order, and you tell me which rule was violated. Many times we, in the heat of the moment, do call a point of order when a rule was not broken, okay? So that's why I'm just going to ask what rule was broken, because that'll make it real clear for everyone. And then, yes, we need to refer to the rules, and we'll get rulings, etc. So speak to me. You don't have to look at anyone or speak to anyone except the chair. Senator Hernandez, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question is, in committee, we only heard from 2 sheriffs that came to support this measure. I have not seen any support from local law enforcement, for county law enforcement. Outside of these 2 sheriffs, I have not seen any support from any law enforcement officials for this legislation. In fact, today, the League of Cities that I'm sure probably consults with their police departments has also come in opposed. So my question to Senator Kavanaugh is, when we're talking about law enforcement support, where is the law enforcement support for this legislation?
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sheriff Rhodes, who's the head of the Sheriff's Association, came here in support of the bill on behalf of the Sheriff's Association. They do support the bill, and I hope that can perhaps bring you over to our side.
Absolutely not, but thank you, Mr. Chair. And my last question, around Senator Kavanaugh's comment around the fiscal responsibility. In committee, we also heard, I believe it was Sheriff Lamb that said that, or it wasn't Sheriff Lamb, sorry, it was, I believe, Sheriff Rhodes, that said in committee that this is an unfunded mandate because if this passes, they will come back to the legislature to ask for money to fund the provisions in this bill or in this referendum. So I guess I'm missing how this is a fiscally responsible piece of legislation for the state of Arizona. And I'm sure Mr. Kavanaugh has some very colorful comments to address that question.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I consider securing our border to be a joint responsibility between the sheriffs and the state. And I'm sure that they will be contributing what they can. And in terms of the budget, whatever they need to secure our border. It is the most important issue facing Arizona residents and the country. Polls show it is the #1 issue. And I will not spare one penny to secure that border and take anybody who came over illegally and get them out.
Just comment, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hernandez.
And then I'll be done.
Sure.
I think it's really interesting that my colleague is perfectly fine with the state funding these mandates, but somehow has an issue with the president's administration funding these mandates. So I guess we're going to go ahead and fund the police if we're the state of Arizona, but let's have President Biden defund the police. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will Senator Kavanaugh yield to a question?
Senator Kavanaugh, yield for questions.
I will. And now I don't have to go to the gym today because I've gotten my exercise.
Okay. Senator Miranda, he yields.
First, I want you all to realize that the consequences of this bill, it just happened on this floor. Would you agree that when you called our dear friends and visitors up there criminals, that was racial profiling?
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Actually, I'm going to stop. Now we are talking about motives. Like literally, that is the rule that when we're impugning people. So be very careful. Senator Calvary can answer how you wish,
Sure.
but just be careful here.
Okay, well,
Yes,
I'll
Mr. Chair,
I'll
if I may answer.
reword my question.
I'll let him
Well, it's
respond
okay.
and
I'll
come back
answer
to
it
you.
in any iteration. First of all, not having looked up to the gallery to see who was saying what, I have no idea what the race was of the people who made that response to my comment. Although the fact that you are assuming that they are not, that they're Hispanic, maybe makes you guilty of racial profiling.
Okay, no. We're not going to do that, okay?
Okay, Mr. Chair, will Senator Kavanaugh yield to another question?
He's continuing to yield until
Okay.
he doesn't. You don't have to keep asking that. Senator
Why-
Miranda, the floor is yours.
Why do you assume that they are criminals?
Mr. Chair, I
Okay,
didn't call
guys, we have now, I'm just going to point this out, and I'm going to start to, we have now deviated from the bill. We are talking about people in the gallery and trying to assess what people meant in their comments.
Okay.
Please keep your questions and answers to the bill.
Mr. Chair, Senator
Senator
Miranda,
Kavanaugh.
I really feel compelled to answer this one, all right? I said I'm sorry if I offended any criminals in the gallery, which was a quip in response to what I considered to be a really bizarre reaction when I said something about criminals crossing the border. So I didn't call anybody in the gallery criminals. I don't know what they look like. And to suggest that it's racial profiling or that I called somebody a criminal when I didn't is, in my opinion, the type of divisiveness which I suspect you are talking against.
Mr. Chair, just
Senator
a
Miranda.
comment, final comment.
Final question or comment?
No, just my final comment.
Okay,
It's
your comment,
clear.
so you're
It's
done,
clear the
Senator.
consequences happened on this floor. The consequences of this bill happened on this floor, and we're not off the topic. This bill is off the topic. This bill is going to create all kinds of chaos and different scenarios that may not be related to the bill, the intent of the bill, but the consequences pertain to this bill. And we clearly heard an example of a consequence on this floor of racial profiling. And I would like an apology to our gallery.
So that is a point of order. You are accusing a member of racial profiling.
Yes.
That is not okay. You may feel that way, but that is literally indicting the motive of a member, and that is against the rules. And you can think what he said was wrong, but it is wrong to impugn a member. Take it off the floor if you wish. You cannot do that on the floor of the Senate. It is not okay, and if it happens again, I will ask whomever is doing it to sit down. So you have one final comment, and if it's this, then I'm going to ask you to sit down.
Okay, one final comment.
Please proceed.
All the words spoken today is recorded, and I'm satisfied.
Okay. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick statement. I will give Senator Miranda an opportunity to retract her accusation that I engaged in racial profiling prior to my filing an ethics complaint.
Okay. That's all that I see on the board. Senator Gowan, would you like closing comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate what I was stating at the beginning. Not everything on the floor, obviously, but certainly what this amendment does in the matter of facts. We're removing any ambiguity that DACA recipients are somehow impacted by this bill. Number one factor. Number two factor, we're spelling out what probable cause is, and when it says constitutionally sufficient indicia of probable cause, that is the Constitution. You can't be unconstitutional in your probable cause. So if there's racial profiling, that is not constitutional. And these individuals ought to rightfully so, if that does occur, should file a federal 1983 complaint. Anybody that has abused somebody else's constitutional rights ought to have their day in court. This is a border security bill, not an immigration bill. We have to remember that. Border security. My district sits on the border. My constituents watch the occurrence every day. You know, you talk about different people coming across that border, and there's like 367 people that were on the terrorist watch list. Let's talk about that for a moment. 367 from the Border Patrol. This is their data. From the year of 21 through 24, 367 individuals that are on the terrorist watch list. Why? Because you got an open border. We have a place for people to come in, and it's a port of entry. There's a reason we have that. And that's what we're stating. Come through the port of entry. We're not saying don't come through the port of entry. We're saying come through the port of entry. Don't cross where there isn't one, which is illegal. Codifying federal law with that. That's all this bill is doing when we talk about the whole of this. Public health services don't change in this bill. The ability to use false documents do, which is a crime in the state and federally. That's all this does. Just remember, it is a border security bill, not an immigration bill. And this does not take effect until 60 days after Texas is allowed to enforce Senate Bill 4 of their own. So, no retroactivity as well, and you have to wait for the time frame to become law 60 days after. Border security, we need this. My constituent needs this. This state needs this. This country needs this. As Senator Kavanaugh talked earlier, it is the number one subject, and then it is the economy, which is, we know where it is. 1 and 2, right there. Last comment on this. This goes directly to the people of the state of Arizona. If they say no, this will not be law. If they say yes, It will become law once we find out if Texas has the ability to enforce their bill. With that, I ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Members, the motion before you is the Gowan floor amendment to the Senate engrossed House resolution. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Mr. Gowan, the bill is amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Committee of the Whole rise reports and recommends HCR 2060 as amended do pass.
You've heard the motion. Any discussion? Senator Gabaldon.
Mr. Chairman, I rise for comments.
Please proceed.
Thank you. As a legislator that represents border communities, I just want to share that border elected officials and port authorities from the counties of Santa Cruz and also Yuma, so the cities of Douglas. I know that the sponsor of the bill represents that community. Nogales and San Luis have signed a letter of, to oppose HCR 2060. And that it was unfortunate, and I know that I heard from one of my colleagues that the Sheriff's Association does support this bill. However, I would have wanted to hear from sheriffs from the border counties, which they were not there. I represent individuals in southern Arizona, and this is about the consequences of ineffective and inefficient policies that are coming from our capital, Washington, D.C. But our border communities are also gateways for $35 billion in two-way trade with Mexico and 23 million visitors and close to 10 million cars. So we are looking at this, and HCR 2060, it seeks to have city and county governments assume responsibilities that my constituents believe that this should be done by the federal government. We as a state, and I've been here 12 years, that we are asking for help. We need more CBP. We need more Border Patrol. Yet we don't have that. So what we're doing here that I believe that's going to the voters, and I hope the voters are listening, is that this is going to be, we're taking the responsibilities and the consequences that should be done by the federal government. And as an individual that has, and I can say this, in my personal opinion, have experienced racial profiling. And not just once or twice, but many times. And yet, I know that it's still happening, even though we have somewhat addressed SB 1070. And here we are waiting for Texas to see if they're passing. So we're basing this on another state's policies. And here we are in Arizona waiting. We don't need this. And I'm talking to the voters. We don't need this. This is something that has to be addressed in Washington, D.C. This isn't something that we're going to see the consequences in Arizona. We're going to see less tourism. We're going to see individuals that want to come from around the world to visit the Gem and Mineral Show. Hundreds of people come to the city of Tucson to sell their goods. And now how are they going to feel? I've talked to I go every year. I really enjoy it. January and February, please come to the city of Tucson because the Gem and Mineral Show comes, and these are vendors that are coming from around the world. And while it was happening with SB 1070, there were concerns with them. That brings a lot of revenue into our state. Again, visitors that are coming, tourism, trade and commerce. How, and I have to think, how is this going to impact the state of Arizona when it comes to us doing this? Voters, pay attention. If this is to come to be, learn the consequences of this. Find out what this truly means. Because my personal opinion is this is a reinvention of SB 1070, and it's unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Epstein.
I rise with a comment on the bill.
Please proceed.
I've heard various of my colleagues across the aisle indicate that they believe that immigration is the #1 issue. And I would just like to caution that it's certainly not this solution. So, and I would also ask that everybody who has said that, open up your minds a little more, because every survey I've ever looked at does not have broad across the gamut agreement that one issue is the one we care about. No, there's almost always about 12 different issues. If you ask people what's their top issue, they're going to say education, yes, immigration, water, the environment, education again and again, higher workforce issues, trying to get enough employees. The list goes on and on and on. In fact, the Center for the Future of Arizona does a voters agenda every year, and they have come up with 4 top issues that there is agreement on. And yes, immigration is one of them, along with education, state spending, and the state spending goes along the lines of stop cutting everything. So immigration is one issue, and it's important, but immigration being an important issue to the voters and to the people of this state does not mean this solution is what they're looking for. Because you know what they have the biggest consensus around? They want candidates who are willing to compromise and seek collaboration across party lines. That's what people of Arizona want. And this is not an example of seeking to work across party lines. We could. The governor and the Democrats are talking about some very good ideas to address fentanyl in the budget. They involve investment in investment at the border, ongoing $5 million to border communities. They involve helping the people who actually have the expertise in law enforcement of fentanyl. The SAFE program is one that would actually address the fentanyl problem, would actually address criminals. But this solution is not the answer. And the people of Arizona have said they want us to work across the aisle, and that there are many more issues than this. And this issue will pull funding away from all of the other issues. Once again, it will pull funding away from education, and the people of Arizona have said stop the cuts.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Senator Borelli.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Rise for a comment.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to address some of the comments that have been made here for the last 2 hours. A lot of the concerns that we've been discussing today and the amendment were Democrat concerns, and we addressed that. We addressed them. DACA, probable cause. This is all prospective, moving forward. Overseas tourists, I'd like to discuss that. Overseas tourists and trade shows. They have to come through the port of entry to get in this country. If they're coming in here from another country for a visit, tourists, you got to go through the port of entry. Trade shows, same thing. They got to go through a port of entry to bring their wares. And that's on the issue of probable cause, photo radar. We literally had to codify that and put that into law, that when a photo radar camera for speed or red light, that the vendor doesn't send out the notification that you broke the law. It has to go through law enforcement. We had to fix that. Because a private vendor was sending these notifications out, and they looked really official, and people were getting caught up in these things, and they were paying fines from 3 hours away from the town they got the photo radar in. So we literally had to make sure that only law enforcement has to witness that and look at the camera, look at the film. Law enforcement has to verify that that's an infraction, and only law enforcement can send out that citation. We had to that's probable cause. That's in this amendment. Same standard. Same standard. And to say that there's no problem, once again, this is about, we want to make sure that people go through the door, not the window. Now, to me, a lot of this is a national security issue. Because this happened in San Diego County, in Hacienda, Chicamba, whatever, California. Border Patrol in California stopped military-aged males from Iran, China, India, Pakistan. They didn't go through the port of entry. They were going through the hole in the fence, or lack of a fence. Now, a national security issue. Camp Pendleton, California, they found a Chinese national was breached Camp Pendleton. 2 Jordanian nationals are in ICE custody over a breach at Quantico Marine Corps Base. These people didn't come through the front door. They went through the window. That's what this is about. Come through the door, not the window. And the reason why these folks in California, they didn't go through the door, they came through the window, because they wouldn't be able to qualify for asylum. Because under asylum, they have to go to their neighboring country. I'm quite certain that if a Mexican national was running through the desert, fleeing from his life because the drug cartels are after him, I'm pretty convinced that our law enforcement is going to let that person come in and save their life. Some of you are shaking your head. Amazing. But some of you all are actually advocating for lawlessness and law breaking. I support this bill. I hope the citizens of Arizona support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kern,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise for a comment on the bill.
please proceed.
Thank you, sir. So listen to the arguments here. It's pretty clear that one side wants to do something to secure our border, and the other side is nothing but gobbledygook and talk.
What's the point of order?
The senator has indicated that the other side, meaning some people in the room who are talking with microphones, are speaking gobbledygook, which impugns the work that they do.
No, okay. With respect, characterizing nobody by name as their opinion is gobbledygook or whatever was the word is not imputing the motives of a specific member. It is not. It is assigning their assessment of that position. It's not impugning their motives, which is what the rule is about. We criticize each other's positions and opinions all the time. That is okay. I don't know that I would use the same word as gobbledygook, but nevertheless, that is not impugning a person's motives.
If I may,
please.
The Senate rule is not about their motives so much as it is about whether it is respective of the dignity of the office. And he is indicating that by using gobbledygook, we do not rise to respect the integrity of the institution. That's what he might
I'll
know.
switch to malarkey. That's more Irish. I didn't want to racial profile the Irishman over here for malarkey, but
Senator Epstein, I don't even know how to respond because so many times I've heard people characterize other people's thoughts and opinions using maybe not that particular word, but I don't know what makes that characterization so much worse than any other number of characterizations. And he didn't say anyone by name, nor was he talking about their motives.
Mr. Chair, I believe that I would like to uplift the integrity of this institution and
Sure.
suggest that all members should not suggest that the speech of other members on the floor of this room are gobbledygook, because that does malign our intentions. Nobody stands up to speak gobbledygook on
Okay.
this floor.
Again-
Everybody on the floor speaks what they speak because they want to protect the people of Arizona.
Okay, I'm just going to agree that we do want to uplift and esteem this body, and please try in your comments, however they are characterized, to do that. And again, if someone can point to a very specific rule that someone is violating when they maintain a point of order, that would be appreciated. Senator Kern,
all right. So it's my turn now, sir, Mr. Chairman?
you may proceed.
Thank you. So I'll kind of start over then. It's clear to me, and first of all, I want to say thank you for the sponsors and the senators that have been tweaking this bill as it's going through the process and up for a vote here shortly. But it is very clear to me and to the voters of Arizona, number one, what their number one issue is, and that is securing our border. It's very clear to me in this chamber which side wants to do something. If it was up to me, I would do a heck of a lot more, and every illegal immigrant in this country would go back to their home nation and come through legally. So it's very clear to me on this floor which side wants to do something, which is what the voters want us to do, and which side does not want to do anything other than pose for the cameras. I am tired. Our number one job as senators and legislators is to protect our citizens. As state senators, we need to do everything we can to protect our communities, whether that be funding the police or securing our southern border. I am tired of listening to the cries of parents that have lost their sons and daughters to illegal immigrants in this state. I have a Democrat constituent in my district that has called me several times wanting to know where the fentanyl bill, the one that I had sponsored, and there was another sponsor in the House, that actually imposed a death penalty if you were the one that gave the pill that caused the death of an American citizen or an Arizonan through the use of fentanyl. And I told her what happened with that bill, and she wants to do everything she can to support this HCR. She will be voting for this bill when it goes to the ballot. Arizonans are tired of what they see on the TV. They are tired of the illegal immigrants coming across our border, not through the checkpoints. They are tired of listening to the statistics that show 165 different countries are coming across our border. I'm sure we all remember October 7th and what happened in Israel. Well, those people are here in our state, and they're here in our nation. Those same type people that did the destruction in Israel, they're here in our country. So as Majority Leader Senator Borelli said, this is a national security issue. We do need to streamline our process so people can come to this great country with less cost and more streamlined, but we have to know who is here. Now, I know this bill is not retroactive. I would prefer it is retroactive. So it's moving forward once the voters approve it. But we need to do a lot more to secure our border. I know people from Romania. I know people from Austria. So this idea of racial profiling and discriminatory practices or what, that's such nonsense. My wife is Hispanic. She came here legally, okay? And so she absolutely agrees that our borders need to be secured. Our services that we provide to Americans, that we provide to Arizonans through our taxes, need to also be secured. And we need to have those services for Arizonans, not for illegals coming across our border to take advantage of our system. So the American people see what the Biden administration's doing. They see what the Democrat Party is doing, which is nothing, but allowing, 10 million people across our border nationally? God only knows how many people are in Arizona illegally. And so I will be voting yes on this bill to bring it to the voters, and the voters are very smart, and I would predict that this is going to be an overwhelming vote in favor of border security. And with that, I'm done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Marsh.
I rise with comments about this bill.
Please proceed.
I was going to save my comments for the third read, but based on what was just said, I feel compelled to speak now. As you all know, my Democratic colleagues have already delineated many problems with this bill, but as someone who is deeply concerned about the fentanyl crisis, I'm going to focus on the fact that fentanyl is even included in the title because it implies that the fentanyl crisis is going to somehow be solved by this bill. I need those listening in this chamber, in the House, online, and in my district. I know what this crisis does at a ground level. It hit close to home for me. I no longer get to live my life with my son because of fentanyl. So let me be clear. This bill will not solve the fight against that crisis. And sending the message out to the public that it will solve it jeopardizes other mitigating measures we could take for the crisis because it makes it appear falsely that there's already a solution to the crisis. Let me be clear, it won't. This bill won't solve it. This bill won't even mitigate the fentanyl crisis. Over 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at legal crossing points or on interior vehicle checkpoints, not on illegal crossing routes. At most, just 0.009% of the people arrested by Border Patrol for crossing illegally possessed any fentanyl whatsoever. Fentanyl smuggling is ultimately funded by U.S. consumers who pay for it, and it is brought across the border primarily by U.S. citizens. We need to do a lot more to combat the fentanyl crisis, and I'm a strong advocate. We definitely need more resources at the legal points of entry because that's where the fentanyl is coming from, not in backpacks coming across the desert as this bill implies. When this bill went through the original committee of the whole, a number of my Republican colleagues referenced the fentanyl crisis, illuminating just how likely it is that this bill will fool average citizens into thinking that it is somehow going to mitigate the fentanyl crisis. But as I've said before, and as I tell my students, sometimes redundancy is on purpose. It won't. It's dangerous, and I'm offended that the word fentanyl is even in this bill.
Okay. Senator Gowan, do you have any closing comments? He does not. Members, the motion before you is that when the additional committee of the whole rises report, HCR 2060 as amended do pass. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Mr. Majority Leader. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that the additional committee of the whole rise and report.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered.
Senate will please come to order. Reader will read the report.
Mr. President, your additional committee of the whole having not under consideration the legislation listed below made the following recommendation. HCR 2060 do pass as amended. Respectfully, J.D. Mesner, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, I move that the report of the additional committee of the whole be adopted and the bills be properly assigned.
Heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed vote nay. Appears the ayes have it, do have it so ordered. Third reading of bills. HCR 2060.
House Concurrent Resolution 2060, a concurrent resolution enacting and ordering the submission to the people of a measure relating to responses to harms related to an unsecured border.
You've heard the third reading of HCR 2060. All those in favor will vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. The system is now open. Please proceed to vote. Senator Shamp.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
HCR 2060 is at the request of the citizens of the state of Arizona. We put forward SB 1231 earlier this session because it has been requested that if the federal government will not protect the citizens of the state, then it is up to us, the members of the legislature in the state of Arizona, to protect our citizens. And that's exactly what this bill does. I don't think there's anyone in this room that would ever say that a trespass law should just be ignored. I don't think that anyone in this room would say that we should just allow people to continue to break laws. This is about enforcing the rights of the citizens to be protected from illegal entry causing crime. And we've heard lots of things. We're getting things distorted, and we're going off of emotion. This is not about emotion. This is about facts. I am extremely proud of the work that's been done. And I am disappointed that the conversations only ever seem to happen when there's cameras in the gallery and people want to make sure they get their digs. And I don't do that. I don't support it. I don't like it. I understand that's part of the process. But the citizens of Arizona are overwhelmingly, whether you're talking about polling, whether you're talking about knocking on doors in the districts like I do, this is their number one concern. Fentanyl is coming across the border. Any kind of enticement that puts women and children in harm's way in a cartel-controlled environment on the border, how is this divisive? Why is this not bipartisan? And it's about narratives, and it's about misinformation, and it's about talking points. And I, for one, will stand proud for HCR 2060 and all of the work that has been done at the request of the citizens that voted me into office. And with that, I vote aye.
Senator Shamp votes aye. Senator Hernandez.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this when we work on legislation here in this chambers, it is about facts, and sometimes it's about emotions, but HCR 2060 is about facts. And it's about facts because we've seen this legislation before. And as much as some of my colleagues refuse to accept the fact that SB 1070 had devastating consequences on our families, it is the truth. That is what happened 14 years ago, and it was by legislation that was passed out of these chambers. So yes, there's going to be emotion involved in this legislation and when we're discussing it, but there's also facts. And the fact is that our communities were under racial discrimination. They faced separations. And we know that because there has been millions of dollars in court costs around that legislation. I pride myself in being a very emotional person, and I fight very hard for the things that I believe in. And I'm going to continue to do that. And that's exactly why we have to push back on harmful legislation like this. This isn't something that can be addressed by the governor's veto. We're talking about sending language that is not ready to the voters to vote on. And I actually disagree with my colleague. This is not being asked by all of the citizens in Arizona. And I know that because I'm getting emails and I'm getting phone calls and I'm getting texts. And we have a gallery full of community advocates that are opposed to this. We have business groups. We have education groups. We have veterans groups. We have politicians. We have every single group that has stood and opposed this measure. We should be clear with the voters of Arizona that this measure is solely for political reasons. That is what we're talking about, and we have to be honest with them about that. You know, one of the biggest issues, it should be to nobody's surprise that policing and law enforcement is so near and dear to my heart, and I'm going to always speak on that issue. And the reality is that the language in this bill has further enhances the immunity that law enforcement sees. The language has protections for law enforcement for any civil suit brought against them for any racial profiling. So if anybody feels that their rights have been violated, they have no recourse, because if they submit a lawsuit, it's going to be dismissed on the basis of immunity. Their case will be thrown out. What will that person that faces racial discrimination, what legal recourse will they have? Another reason I say that it's not all of the citizens of Arizona that are asking this is because I'm going to share an email that I got from a constituent from LD24 just today around this bill. And he says, "Dear Ms. Hernandez, I am writing to you as one of your constituents residing in District 24 and as a person of faith belonging to the Lutheran Church in opposition to HCR 2060. I have heard how HCR 2060 is eerily similar to a prior bill, SB 1070. However, that happened before I moved and became a resident of Arizona. I am also glad that Governor Hobbs vetoed SB 1231, but this current one I'm writing to you about concerns me. By negatively impacting Arizona's economy and work regulations, this policy will cause many of our neighbors, regardless of immigration status, to struggle to put food on the table and achieve economic stability. And that is already hard enough. Lutherans of all varieties have a long, rich history of supporting immigrants and refugees. The vast majority of our families immigrated to America at one time or another, and the Bible commands us many times to care for the foreigner in need. The social message on immigration from my national church body, the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, states this: the leaders and congregations that have given us this legacy remind us that hospitality for the uprooted is a way to live out the biblical call to love the neighbor in response to God's love in Jesus Christ. They recall us God's command to Israel: the stranger who resides with you shall be to you as the citizen among you. You shall love the stranger as yourself. for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God, and that's from Leviticus 19:34. They direct us to where Jesus said he is present. I can't read what he wrote, but was a stranger and you I was a stranger and you welcomed me, from Matthew 25:35. They call on Martin Luther to ask us, how do we know that the love of God dwells in us? If we take upon ourselves the need of the neighbor, our desire is to carry on their faith and practice, their exemplary way of faith, being active in love. We pledge to continue our church's historic leadership in caring for refugees and immigrants. HCR 2060 and policies like it sow fear in the hearts of many Arizonans. These type of laws are responsible for upending lives and tearing apart families. The American immigration system is deeply complicated and incredibly difficult to navigate. These laws also target and hurt people who are stuck in limbo while trying to improve life for themselves and their families. Even American citizens, particularly those of color, of Latin descent, and naturalized citizens, are hurt by policies like this and the racial profiling they can lead to. Many experts agree that law enforcement agencies in Arizona don't have the capacity to take on the additional work or space to accommodate the additional detainees that would result from making illegal immigration a state crime. Implementing HCR 2060 would mean an increased cost for taxpayers all over the state. I humbly urge you to vote against this. So I agree with my colleague. The citizens of Arizona are smart, and they're going to see through the harmful wording and language in this legislation, and they will vote it down in the ballot. And I'm going to say it again because I said it when we saw SB 1231. You're underestimating the will of the voters and how the younger generation is going to mobilize and activate and show up and start changing things. And I, for one, will be there to support them every step of the way. The fact that as a body we're going to move to pass this out of this chamber is shameful. We should be here doing our job to help the families of Arizona, not to divide them and not to create a path where they will be separated. With that, I vote no.
Senator Hernandez votes no. Senator Birch.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Honestly, I find this bill a little unserious. The question of why isn't this bipartisan? Because nobody was invited to the table is why this bill isn't bipartisan. I was told that this was going to be a thoughtful and comprehensive piece of legislation that the public could get behind. And it seems to me that if a bill were even minimally responsible, the first thing that a fiscally responsible group of legislators would want to do is to make sure it's funded so that it has some chance of success. There is no appropriation and no funding source for this bill that will, without doubt, cost the people of Arizona millions or even billions of dollars. Our police departments are already grossly understaffed and under-resourced, and this will add immeasurably to their workload and demand on training and equipment and physical resources and gives them no support at all. I think that it is perhaps the most egregious example of an unfunded mandate that I have seen in my time here, and I have seen many. And I've heard the argument that this is not an unfunded mandate because DPS is already funded, but DPS is not funded to the extent that it can absorb the federal responsibilities at the border. And anyone who suggests that should be able to demonstrate what those costs would realistically look like and explain what existing programs and resources will be funneled in or eliminated in order to compensate for those costs. I don't believe that it's possible because we simply don't have the resources. We can't afford it, and our public safety will be considerably compromised with this bill. I would also expect that a bill that was serious at all would at minimum be constitutional, and this bill recognizes in its own language that it is not. It acknowledges that it will not be enforceable at all unless SB 4 has been in effect for 60 consecutive days, a bill that is being blocked by the courts. And no matter how the proponents of the bill tried to scrub SB 1070 from this bill, the facts remains that this will not be enforceable based on the ruling of Arizona versus the United States. Since there is yet to be an official ruling for the Texas version of this bill, it means that we're asking voters to make a final decision on an issue that has not yet been played out. We don't know what we're asking them to vote for, and that is an unfair question to ask of voters. I think it is openly unconstitutional and will without a doubt result in costly lawsuits with what I think is an obvious outcome. I think that it also recognizes that it breaks the single subject requirement of an Arizona ballot initiative because it states that if one provision is deemed unconstitutional, other separate provisions can still be enforced. I think that both immigration at the Arizona border and fentanyl coming across the border are serious issues. They're real problems that need solutions, but they are separate issues. And our laws require that ballot measures be narrowly tailored to one subject matter. I think that the people who put this bill forward know that it is unconstitutional and know that it breaks the rules and that it was going to be an expensive cost for the people of Arizona and that they don't care. I think that making immigration violations a state-level offense will turn our local courts into immigration courts. We don't have the infrastructure within our courts. We don't have the staff. We don't have the public defenders, the facilities. We don't have the resources within our law enforcement agencies or our prison system to support this. And Arizonans are the ones who will have to foot the bill. We're writing massive checks that we can't cash, and it's the people of Arizona, our cities and towns, that will suffer for it. Only the federal government has the right to establish and enforce immigration law. This has already been established in court challenges, and it's the reality that we have to operate under. Local law enforcement and judges don't have the expertise, the training, or the constitutional authority. These bills are a waste of time and money. This bill also doesn't give directives for law enforcement in order to guide their actions with the new responsibilities that they're being charged with. I think that's where a lot of the concerns for racial profiling come into play. And I heard one of my colleagues here say that they took what we had expressed our concerns over and they addressed them. But you don't decide when they've been addressed. The people who are concerned decide when they have been addressed. I cannot imagine if we were in an opposite situation right now where we had majority and we told you, no, don't worry about it. We addressed your concerns based off of our own ideas of what we thought your concerns were. That's a silly thing to say. That's not what has happened here. Our concerns have not been addressed in case there's any confusion. Law enforcement officers enforce the law, and we're not giving them a fair chance to do that with this bill. I think it opens up the floodgates to racial profiling, and it leaves officers hands tied with no choice but to separate families and interrupt the asylum-seeking process. I think it's terrible for our public relations with our law enforcement agencies, and it sends us flying backwards in any and all efforts to create more trusting relationships between law enforcement and our communities. I think it's sloppy and lazy and poorly written. I think it's unconstitutional and expensive, and that it's going to hurt our economy and our courts and our law enforcement and our people, our communities. And I think it ignores the real solutions that exist. Not one of the practical solutions that could actually improve our border problems exists in this bill. The bipartisan border bill that was halted by Trump and his supporters in the U.S. Senate would have added more than 1,500 new Customs and Border Patrol personnel. It also would have added 4,300 asylum officers and would have improved the asylum process. And certainly if there were an invasion at the border, this would have been a useful part of the solution. People to process the migrants coming into the country. And it would have increased detention beds to a total of 50,000. It would have provided the funding for an additional 100 immigration judges. It would have funded the installation of 100 cutting-edge inspection machines to detect fentanyl. It also included $1.4 billion for cities and states who provide aid to migrants and would help expedite work permits. These were real solutions, comprehensive, measurable, and attainable, and well-supported solutions. And to suggest that instead of getting this type of reform done, we should take on all those responsibilities ourselves, make police officers and local courts responsible, and incur billions of dollars of unfunded personnel and infrastructure that Arizonans are responsible to pay for, while we are already experiencing a massive budget deficit thanks to irresponsible voucher spending and pet projects, I don't think any sensible person would vote for this. If we sharply divert our police resources to immigration enforcement, I would love to know what crimes that pose a real threat to public safety will now go unenforced and uninvestigated. I am ready to actually include border personnel, Arizona law enforcement agencies, our attorney general, our governor, our immigrant communities, and both Democrats and Republicans in the legislature to talk about some real solutions and address the many serious challenges we face with immigration, with opioid use disorder, drug and human trafficking, and workforce shortages, as well as addressing the humanitarian considerations that come along with with those reforms. But I have too much respect for myself and for the people of Arizona to support this ill-conceived patchwork of bad bills that reeks of fear and desperation, and I vote no.
Mr. Majority Leader, or Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Mr. President, you know, as a Hispanic American who supports our law enforcement community, he resides in a county where the deputies of the sheriff's office are nearly a majority Hispanic. I must say that this is not just a sad day, but one of the saddest days that I've been a part of. I want to address you and tell you, to our law enforcement community, that this Latino senator doesn't think that you're sellouts or racists whose only motivations for wearing a badge are to pull over your fellow Latinos. I am so sorry that you had to listen to any of that, and frankly, I hope you weren't. If you had a day off today, my goodness, I hope you're doing something else. I can tell you that those aren't my feelings, however, obviously. And I say that as your senator and as somebody who also looks like you. I have had the pleasure of serving in this legislature for over a decade, and in this body for 4 years now. And until I came to the legislature in 2013, I had never seen the type of out-and-out racism that I see in this place on a regular basis, where we question the motivations of our fellow men and women all of the time. And always going for the jugular of racism. It's embarrassing. It's offensive to me as your colleague. It's offensive to me as a Latino. It needs to stop today. Today I even had a colleague who I thought I respected.
Hey. Security will, sir?
You should get the hell out of here.
Remove him now. You'll be removed. You can't. We're in the middle of a vote.
You can have them arrested for disrupting
Yeah. Arrest him. We're in the middle of a vote. We're in the middle of a vote. This is why I wanted them up there. I wanted them here. What's that? What?
I'm glad you guys interrupted mine. Must have hit you hard. Must have hit you hard.
Shame. Shame. The shame is on you, sir. The shame is on you. You have no self-control. You have no self-control. You have no self-control. You have no self-control. You are lawless. You do not care about the rules. You do not care about the laws. You do not care about the rules. This is... official cameras are on the desk. What's that? Great job, You are breaking the law right now. You are breaking the law right now. Lawbreakers. You know what's shameful, ma'am? Is breaking the law and your behavior. Your behavior is absolutely shameful. Absolutely shameful. We're enforcing the law. We're enforcing the law. It's a federal law. Continue, Mr. Shope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Case in point. All right. I don't have to say that next part. I guess they all left. All right. So, with that, I'm voting for this bill today because it's the right thing to do. Unlike some people, I stand for this flag every single day when we come in here, and I'll continue to do that. I also travel freely between Mexico and Arizona. I've done so my entire life. Why? Because my mother is from Mexico. I have family in Mexico. I've been back and forth across all of our ports of entry several times throughout my life and continue to do so to this day. And I go right through the port of entry as it should be done. And if you can't do that, or some of the weirder, wilder scenarios that I've heard today, that you think every single form of police interaction is some sort of racial profiling, then my speech will have fallen on deaf ears. But to the law enforcement officers in our state who risk their life on a daily basis, and to the people here who support them like me, just know that I will continue fighting for you. I will continue doing it. I will keep doing it as long as I am here. I am of you. I am with you, and I'll always be with you. I vote aye.
Senator Shope votes aye. Senator Bravo.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
I'd like to direct your attention to one person who is still standing in the gallery. Many of you actually might remember I brought him as my opening day guest. His name is Darian. Darian is a graduate of Brophy College Preparatory. He's in his junior year at Harvard. In fact, one of the Easy Central reporters here did a profile of him. Darian comes from a mixed status family, and with his permission, he asked me to remind you all that this bill in the public benefits section would impact Darian's family. I brought him as my opening day guest because with bipartisan support, with the support of 2 Republican senators, I introduced a bill so that when Darian graduates from Harvard, he would qualify for an occupational state license to work here. This session went the entire different direction than I would have hoped. And I'm embarrassed that he's standing there and we're still considering this broken policy. This bill needs a lot more work, and for that reason I vote no.
Senator Diaz.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
In the past, we've seen Arizonans stopped by police because of their skin color or the languages they speak. Family members arrested by local police because they can't prove their immigration status. Victims reluctant to call the police due to the threat of detainment and deportation. It didn't work 20 years ago to make Arizona a safer place, and it won't work now. This resolution is unconstitutional. It violates people's due process rights by allowing Arizona to deport people, even if they qualify for and or are pursuing legal immigration status under federal law. And with that, I vote no.
Senator Diaz votes no. Senator Sundaration.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Members, we heard just now in the vote explanations that this bill is essentially a reattempt at SB 1231, which was already vetoed by the governor. And so we're attempting to put that similar approach into a ballot referral so that it can go around the governor and to the voters instead. It has changed, obviously. Now there are so many subjects crammed into the title of this bill, so many that I wonder if it satisfies the single subject rule. But it's trying to do a lot, and it has been amended a few times, hoping to make it better. One of today's amendment did take some things out. It was not misinformation that the prior version of this was going after DACA students. It actually did that, and this amendment today did take that piece out, but this amendment does not make this bill overall better. As we pointed out today during debate, it still has specific provisions that will lead to racial profiling. And that is of concern to so many people in this state. It does not limit itself to the Latino community, who will bear the brunt of this, but it also impacts anyone with brown skin color. And that reminds me of how I felt when SB 1070 was passed over 10 years ago. And I was a law student in Tucson, someone who loved to go running as part of my daily exercise routine. And I'd go running without carrying my ID on me. And when SB 1070 was passed, I thought, oh gosh, I suddenly was very aware of the brown skin that I have. And I felt that I need to start preparing. Do I need to start carrying an ID with me when I go for a run, a simple run around the block, because there might be the possibility that someone might think that I had crossed illegally, crossed the border because of my skin color. And that is the kind of racial profiling that, as has been made clear in debate today, this bill will reintroduce into Arizona. And if that is not sufficient to convince you not to move this forward, please listen to the business community that has weighed in with concerns. None of those business organizations are writing to us with concerns that are unfounded. They are concerned about the financial obligations that will be placed on the cities and counties, creating an unfunded mandate for Arizona's law enforcement officials and our court system to detain, confine, and ultimately deport people during a time right now when we are facing a large state budget deficit. And of course, the business community is concerned about the negative national and international spotlight that you all seem to seek to put us back into. There were negative consequences for Arizona's having passed 1070, and those will come back today. There are so many reasons. Please listen to the impassioned pleas of the senators in this body. Do not move this forward, and I vote no.
Senator Bullock.
Yes, Mr. Senate President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you. This year, more and more states are taking it upon themselves to find ways to stop illegal immigration in their respective state. According to the Customs and Border Protection data, since Biden has taken office in January 2021, U.S. border authorities have apprehended more than 9 million illegal immigrants nationwide. 2 weeks ago, on May 7th, 15 congressional moderate Democrats admitted in a letter to Biden that there is a chaos on our southern border. In their letter, these Democrat co-signers asked Biden and his administration to immediately take further action to restore order at the southern border and fix our broken immigration system. This congressional letter goes on to state all of our constituents, no matter our congressional district, have felt the impacts of the current border situation. Communities across the country are grappling with the fentanyl crisis, struggling to find appropriate shelter and services for those seeking asylum. Further, these congressional Democrats urged Biden to use his executive authority to better address the security at the southern border, interdict illicit fentanyl, and allow for orderly legal immigration. But we all know Biden's immigration policies aren't humanitarian. They're only creating more victims of crime, even though it is preventable. On Biden's very first day in the Oval Office in 2021, he canceled the National Emergency Declaration on the border, which called for the construction of the border wall with Mexico and ended the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers. When Biden revoked the previous administration's border policy, illegal immigration in the U.S. skyrocketed, overwhelming our local law enforcement and Border Patrol, as well as nonprofits and border towns. Meanwhile, the Biden administration expanded access to migrants in foreign countries seeking asylum, such as Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and their parole program, and the Customs and Border Patrol CBP One mobile app. The Biden administration came up with this under-the-radar approach to illegal immigration using parole authority. The parole policy was created years ago to allow presidents to let people in on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. The Biden administration has been abusing this parole program on a mass scale. On May 6th, senior officials with the Biden administration confirmed that the parole program expanded lawful pathways for 435,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela to live and work in the U.S. for 2 years. Federal officials also confirmed that number also accounted for more than 50,000 Chinese communists for the 2023 fiscal year and nearly 30,000 Chinese communists in the first half of the current fiscal year. In February of this year, Pew Research Center reported that 80% of Americans, including 73% of Democrats, think the U.S. government has done a bad job when it comes to handling the influx of illegal immigration. According to a recent Gallup survey, 27% of Americans consider illegal immigration to be the most significant issue currently confronting our nation. It's worth noting, for the past 3 months, illegal immigration has remained at the top of Gallup's list. While Katie Hobbs continues to play politics with our citizens' public safety by vetoing Senate Bill 1231, it's time for Arizona voters to come November to send a clear message that we value our safety over partisan politics by voting yes on the Secure Border Act. States like Arizona need to take matters into their own hands as the federal government continues to fail us. If Biden wanted to secure the border and close it, he would have done it when he came into office. Instead, he rolled back the previous administration's border policies that will keep America safer from an invasion and auctioned off millions of dollars worth of unused components from the former administration's border wall for peanuts in an apparent runaround pending congressional action. More than $300 million worth of taxpayer-funded wall parts have been left to rust out in the sun since Biden came into the office, rendering these border wall materials useless. Our local law enforcement officials increasingly encounter foreign nationals who have entered our country illegally or remain here illegally. Over the past few months, some of these individuals and groups have been involved with organized crime like retail theft or drug cartels. We have read about these stories in the news. Earlier this year, a local headline read, "Organized crime groups from South America linked to Metro Phoenix burglaries." Even Scottsdale's chief of police, Jeff Walther, said residential robberies were on the rise in this wealthy suburb of Phoenix. This criminal trend has been a continuous and escalating problem. It is not one group or ring responsible for this crime serious. This is transnational organized crime. Organized crime involving even the police is an integral part of worsening immigration crisis. Cartels and transnational criminal organizations are taking full advantage of the situation that we're presently in, preying on all socioeconomic classes and neighborhoods across Arizona. I don't know about you, but I don't want to further empower these transnational criminal enterprises. We all know the cartels are rather sophisticated. They're also constantly switching the entry points they choose for migrant families, children, and single adults to illegally come into our state. I would be remiss also if I didn't include at least one story documenting an illegal immigrant with a criminal record who killed an Arizona resident. Grant Ronnebeck was a 21-year-old convenience store clerk who was killed in 2016 by an illegal immigrant while he was working. Grant was shot point blank in the face by a crazed felon who had been facing deportation. The illegal immigrant would not have been at the convenience store if it had not been for our broken immigration system. While I'm out in District 2, meeting with voters, the border and fentanyl have been very top two issues for my constituents, regardless of their political affiliation. Even though District 2 is about 175 miles north of the southern border, my constituents still view illegal immigration as a top issue important to keeping their families safe. As a public official, I serve the state to protect public safety. We know statistically the poor are hardest hit by the ravages of illegal immigration and Biden's open border policies. We don't support individuals or groups who want to do irreparable harm to our children and adults with laced fentanyl distribution or the rise in human and sex trafficking. This bill will send a clear message that Arizona Republicans support public safety for all Arizonans. I look forward to the voters passing the Secure the Border Act come November to restore our community safety. I vote aye.
Senator Bullock votes aye. Senator Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
I just want it to be noted here that this body is going to hear it first before it goes into the courts, because it will be repeated in the courts. And these are the concerns from the Republican lawyer here in our body. The constitutional concerns, United States Constitution's Supremacy Clause and Foreign Commerce Clause with the laws addressing unlawful presence and E-Verify. Congress has exclusively preempted states from regulating immigration. These issues were previously decided in Arizona versus United States in 2012. The court described the United States government's authority to regulate immigration and undocumented as broad and undoubted. It looked to the legislative power of Congress to establish an uniform rule of naturalization enumerated in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4 of the Constitution, as well as the longstanding interpretation of federal sovereignty in areas pertaining to the control and conduct of relations with foreign nations. He was also concerned with number 2, single subject under the Arizona Constitution. The Arizona Constitution requires that every act shall embrace but one subject. According to case law, an act should embrace one general subject, and by this is meant merely that all matters treated of should fall under some one general rule. Hoffman versus Reagan, 245, Arizona, 313, 316, paragraph 14, 429, 7073, 2018. The legislative subject entails all matters having a logical or natural connection and must be essential to the accomplishment of one main objective. Matters should fall under some one general idea, be so connected with or related to each other, either logically or in popular understanding, as to be parts of or germane to one general subject. An act violates the rule if it includes dissimilar and 740 and 228 discordant subjects that by no fair intendment can be considered as having any legitimate connection with or relation to each other. An act that violates the single subject rule is entirely void because no harm mechanism is available for courts to discern the primary subject of the act, is what he claimed. But while the Republicans have tried to tie in the fentanyl language, this is separate crime having largely nothing to do with border security. While they have tried to make a connection through the insertion of an affirmative defense, they have also caused additional issues with the resolution. Number 3, 14th Amendment, equal protection as to the affirmative defense for fentanyl manufactured in the United States. He says there could be an as-applied challenge of the statute who contends that they were targeted for their natural origin. The language of the resolution clearly differentiates between foreign-made or American-made fentanyl. It could also be challenged with having both a discriminatory intent and a discriminatory impact. If the large majority of those prosecuted come from one race or national origin, then there is evidence to say that this resolution has a discriminatory impact. The court may look to the record we set on this bill to also see if there was a discriminatory intent by those passing the bill. In either of these scenarios, strict scrutiny would be applied and the provision would fail. There is also an argument that even if there is no challenge based on race or national origin, that there is no rationale basis for the affirmative defense because there is no distinction between foreign-made or American-made fentanyl, and this language is only trying to avoid a single subject challenge. American-made fentanyl is no less dangerous, addictive, or fatal than American-made fentanyl. There is no difference between the death of a person who dies from fentanyl manufactured in the United States as compared to foreign-made fentanyl. What jurisdiction is there for criminally two individuals for the same crime and then treating one differently based on the source of the drug? There is no rational basis for this distinction. It only treats a death caused by American-manufactured fentanyl as a lesser death in the eyes of state law. A person does not ask where the fentanyl they are purchasing comes from because its source does not matter. Therefore, if the government's goal is to stop deaths by fentanyl, charging a person based on the origin of the drug is not a reasonable or rational way to achieve the goal. It will only cause more fentanyl to be manufactured and synthesized in the United States. To look at another example, if there was a law that said that a person would have an affirmative defense for causing a death using a gun, if the gun were manufactured in the United States but not in any other country, would that be rational? So just take note of that, because it's going to be repeated in courts when this bill is sent to the courts. And with that, I vote no.
Senator Bennett, how do you vote? Senator Epstein, how do you vote? Senator Gabaldon, Gonzalez, Hoffman, Mendez. Senator Epstein, you're on the board. Did you wish to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
There are many issues that are top of mind for the people in my district, the people in my community. Education, the cost of childcare, water, getting a job with better pay is so very important to them. And the right to abortion health care, the right to choose your own future, the right to have rights. These are the top concerns that I hear. It's certainly not immigration all the time. One would have to be tone deaf to think that immigration is the only thing that matters. My neighbors tell me that they cannot stand it when politicians reduce what they're talking about and what's important to them to only one thing. My neighbors want us to work together and to find common ground. When my neighbors talk about immigration, they are the church members that want refugees to have opportunities for food, housing, and access to work. They are so proud to tell me about their programs in which refugees are vital members of our economy within as fast as 3 to 9 months. They're working and contributing to our economy. My neighbors talk about immigration in terms of technology workers who are vital to our innovation economy and vital to the running of this state in so many ways. The problems to many of my constituents around immigration is that we need more workers and we need more of them to be coming here to help our innovation economy to grow. Childcare is an issue that my neighbors want us to address. And the economy overall is important in my district. Small business owners tell me again and again that we need workers. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce estimates that there are only 71 Arizona workers available for every 100 jobs. We need workers. We already lived through Senate Bill 1070. It was bad. My state senator at the time told me that he did not know it would create so many problems. But now we know. We have the knowledge of the harm this bill will cause to individual people and the harm that it will cause to our economy. $325 million is the price tag that we've seen so far. It'll be split between state and local governments. So that means not only that the state will suffer, but local cities would have to either raise taxes, or they would have to cut police, cut fire, cut parks, cut libraries, or cut child care. Education is the #1 issue in my district, year after year, day after day, on the doors, in the community gatherings, on my street. Just the other day, I had a conversation with a constituent who described himself as a conservative. He said that he has concerns about the border. But when it comes to paying for things in the budget, he said, don't cut education. He said, we need to fund education. It's that important. Top issues among the people. Arizonans want us to work across the aisle to find common ground, and this bill is one of the worst examples of extremism from the Republican Party that I have ever seen, with only Republican votes. A top issue among the people is the budget, and they are saying, stop the cuts. This bill is bad for our economy, and it is expensive. It will mean cuts to education, and cuts to child care, and cuts to health care. I've heard from the Appropriates Chair repeatedly that he will fund this bill before anything else, that this bill will mean cuts to economic development and cuts to education. Republican legislators have pushed us to this problem in the budget where we now have nearly a $2 billion deficit because of a reckless expansion of government to pay for private school ESA vouchers and even more reckless cuts to revenue with $1 billion tax giveaway to billionaires. Education will probably get cut in the budget too. Not in total dollars, I hope, but probably in the buying power of education dollars. That means teachers, once again, will face the situation as they have faced time and again. They might get a raise, but it's not going to keep up with inflation. And they have not been keeping up with inflation. Our funding for schools has not been keeping up. We cannot talk about how badly inflation is affecting our families and not recognize it's also affecting our schools and so many other things. It's affecting the caregivers in our budget. The people of Arizona do not want any more cuts to education. This bill is another extreme idea from the majority Republican caucus. Arizona cannot afford any more of their budgeting with their eyes closed. And Republican legislators are doing that with this bill. They're budgeting with their eyes closed because they're ignoring the cost. We need sensible, practical solutions. We need to support workers in Arizona. And we need to recognize that our country and our state has been built by the work of immigrants and their descendants. And I vote nay.
Senator Epstein votes nay. Senator Mendez, how do you vote? Senator Epstein, could you please press your button? That's how you voted. Senator Mendez, please, you're on the board to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you. Members, the unconstitutionality of this proposal is blatant. The continuing of false narratives to elicit fear and drive hurt, insecure people to the polls is to be expected. Even the disregard for the astronomical amount that this hate will cost our state is on par with other previous temper tantrums. This amendment and this bill proposal really is the accumulation of all the hate and ignorance of years of multiple failed immigration proposals. I mean, you even disregard the shame to unconstitutionally find space to add new language about the transfer and sale of fentanyl, right? A total disregard for the single subject clause for ballot initiatives. That was, I guess, creative. Though the fact that you keep rushing
Point of order
this
has been
amendment-
called. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of order. Under Rule 9, he's characterized and said that we all, and I actually
Point of order, I characterize nobody by name, and I'm only
hold on,
assigning my
hold on.
assessments.
Senator Mendez.
Point of order.
Point of order.
I'm
Let
calling
him
a point of
finish
order
his
to
point
his
of order.
false
Senator
misusing the point of
Mendez.
order.
Let him finish his point of order, and I will return to you. Okay?
Mr. President.
Yes.
Rule 9C says no senator in debate shall directly or indirectly by any form of words impute to another senator or to other senators any conduct or motive unworthy or unbecoming of a senator. The reason why I raise this point of order is that he's characterized the entire motivation of every senator that is voting yes on this bill as being driven by hate. That is clearly an impugning of our motives. And given the disgusting rhetoric that came out of our colleagues across the aisle so far today, I think it is worthy of calling that out right now, that this is not driven by hate. This is actually driven by a love of our fellow man and our fellow citizen here in this state.
Okay, Senator Hoffman, I've got your point of order. Senator Mendez, I would ask you to make sure, if you want to say this bill is hateful, you can say that. If you think the law is hateful, you cannot say that a member is using, because of hate, a member is running this bill. So please make sure your comments reflect that.
Mr. President,
Proceed,
I characterize
Mendez.
nobody by name, and I'm only assigning my assessment. You let everybody else do the same thing. I understand you're going to keep interrupting me, and that's the game, so go ahead. But through the fact that you've just rushed this amendment to us in mere minutes before the debate, and that you never seem to learn that failing to issue proper notice for sufficient deliberation or public comment is important, right? So that part, even though this isn't new, that part keeps getting old and tired. But in the end, none of this is
Senator
new,
Mendez.
not even your interruptions.
Point of
So
order.
please continue.
Point of order has been called.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Hoffman, what is your
President.
point
Under
of
the
order?
same Rule 9C, he directly pointed at me and said, you and then characterize my motivations for raising a point of order as playing games. That is yet again imputing my motives for when I called a point of order.
Okay. He would be impugning his motives for this bill. Would be the. Anyways, proceed, Senator
So again,
Mendez.
none of this is new. Even the hate for
Proceed.
dreamers and the giddy preemptive planning for DACA to end that originated in this proposal, to the misunderstanding or false statements of how this is a border proposal, yet it still deals with employment and e-verification, which are not the border. But really, this isn't even a serious proposal about the border. This proposal doesn't even understand how the border works. What this really is cover. Cover for Trump and other congressional candidates in this legislature and across the state. This proposal lets them off the hook by pretending that we're passing a state law that would do something about immigration when we all know it won't. This concurrent resolution is simply the newest attempt of a tired act to undercut bipartisanship and pack the ballot with unfunded mandates just because you recently bought and packed the court. This proposal is expired red meat for a dwindling base of sad and insecure voters. This chamber has devolved beyond failed leadership to a straight-up refusal to lead on every issue. Rather than working in a bipartisan way to improve our immigration system and protect Arizonans, they have decided to weaponize the ballot and send yet another extreme ballot referral to the voters. If Republicans expect to keep legislative power next session, they're going to have to start growing a spine, because asking voters to do your dirty work and pass this proposal is the opposite of leadership. That's weak. It's 2024. If your platform is still built around criminalizing communities of color, then you're screaming that you don't have any other moves. No plans, no ideas. You're standing on no ideology, just hate and fear. And if you have to sow fear to gain support, it's probably time to give up and accept that you're the ones holding us back. Even with these amendments, the DACA recipients are not safe and are still going to be punished with arrest and incarceration. Because we all know affirmative defenses, like having obtained DACA under federal law, can only be invoked at trial, the last step in a lengthy court process which does not prevent arrest or incarceration. So DACA recipients are not protected. Pretending they're safe, just screams that you know it's evil to target DACA recipients, and you don't want to take the heat from directly and blatantly going after DACA recipients in the bill. So you amended it out, even though it's still going to do the same thing. And then look, asylum seekers released by Border Patrol pending legal proceedings are going to be racial profiled. They're going to be prosecuted in order to return back to Mexico under this law, regardless of the merits of their case or their country of origin. That's just dictator-level evil. This will include asylum-seeking families who had willingly turned themselves into Border Patrol. They requested asylum. They're attending their court hearings in full compliance with federal immigration officials. And now, these people are not protected anymore, and that's just un-American. But according to Kavanaugh, seeking asylum that way just makes you a stupid criminal. Nothing about this proposal or amendment prevents Arizona police from arresting
Point of order has
seekers.
been called. Senator Kern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mendez just impugned Senator Kavanaugh. He did not say that that these were criminals. He was inferring when he made that comment. I would ask the senator either to sit down or apologize and retract that statement.
I just repeated his words back to him.
Senator Mendez, I'm going to ask you not to speak about any other senator. Okay? If you speak about another senator again, I will ask you to sit down. Do not say another senator's name. Proceed.
Nothing about
Please
this
finish your
proposal or
comments.
amendments prevents Arizona police from arresting asylum seekers immediately after they've been released by Border Patrol, incarcerating them and ordering them removed. In fact, comments today seem to show that that is the intent. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm saying comments today make me afraid that we don't want asylum seekers here. That's un-American. You're not just comfortable, you're excited in a sick way to ask voters to force Arizona state officials to start separating children from their parents, with no plans on what kind of cages you're going to be putting babies in, with no plans or even
Senator
concerns
Mendez,
on
Senator
making sure
Mendez,
families are reunited
Senator
in the end.
Mendez.
I toured one of these facilities.
Senator Mendez.
I didn't mention anybody's name. I didn't say anything about
you
Republicans.
just said
I didn't say anything about the other side.
I'm you. I'm you. We're you. Okay? You said we're excited to do some horrendous thing. No.
That's
no,
an assessment.
Senator,
I'm assessing.
Senator,
That's my assessment.
You can talk about the bill. This is your final warning, Senator Mendez. You can talk about the law and the bill, but you cannot talk about us, the senators, okay? And our motives. We know our motives. You clearly do not. And if you do it again, you will sit down. Your mic will be cut. Your mic will be cut, and you'll sit down. Do you understand, sir? Do you understand?
This bill will put babies in cages.
Susan.
This bill will put babies in...
Please sit down.
I'm
sit down,
saying
Senator Mendez. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down, Senator Mendez. You are out of order. Sit down. Thank you. Okay. The ruling of the chair has been appealed. Okay. Okay. Okay, according to Senate Rule D, upon the motion adopted by the Senate, shall the senator be allowed to proceed or not? All those in favor of the ruling of the chair, please vote aye. Or please, all those opposed, please vote nay. As the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Senator Gabaldon.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
I'd like to begin with an apology. My decorum was improper. And I'd like to, apologize. And excuse me, Mr. President, I do want to refer to the actual individuals, if I may, to Senator Kavanaugh and to Chairman Besnar for my bad behavior. Sorry. In the late 50s, my father wanted a better life. And he and my mother were living in Ciudad Juarez. And he was actually working for a business owner in downtown El Paso. And and Mr. Rubin, who was his employer, actually gave him an opportunity for a better life. But my father, believing in the United States, joined the military. He was not a citizen, but became a citizen after a number of years active duty. And why I share that with you is I'd like to share, and I'm going to quote from the Veterans Forward. We are writing to you on behalf of a coalition of veteran organizations committed to advocating for veterans' rights and welfare. We are deeply concerned about the potential negative impacts of HCR 2060, the Protecting Arizona Against Illegal Immigration Act, on our veteran community. While we understand, I continue to quote, while we understand the importance of maintaining lawful employment and the proper use of public welfare programs, we believe that HCR 2060, as it stands, could inadvertently harm many veterans who have served our country but are not yet naturalized. We strongly urge you to oppose this bill to prevent such unintended consequences. The impact on Arizona veterans. Arizona is home to over approximately 450,000 veterans, representing 7.9% of the state's adult population. This state has the 13th highest per capita veteran population in the United States, with 61.78 veterans per 1,000 residents. Given the substantial veteran population in Arizona, the potential adverse effects of HCR 2060 on unnaturalized veterans are particularly concerning. My father, very proud, fought in Vietnam. And when he became an American citizen, he was very proud. I am fearful that HCR 2060 will impact that. Let me address law enforcement. I have family and friends that are in law enforcement. They talk to me about how proud they are, just as long as my father is proud to be a veteran. I only share my experience because it happens. And I only share my experience because it may continue to happen. And I have thanked thousands of law enforcement officers across the state of Arizona. Every time I see a law enforcement officer, I go and I thank them for their service. And hundreds of them have my card. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to reach out. They are our public safety. And I only share my comments because it happened to me. And I want the people of Arizona to know that it does happen. And there, with any groups of individuals, there are people that do not do their job properly. During Arizona's budget deficits, HCR 2060, named the Secure the Border Act, poses a significant financial strain without guaranteeing enhanced border security. While supposedly aiming to strengthen border defenses and curb illegal immigration, a deeper analysis exposed troubling flaws within its framework. HCR 2060 continues the misconception of an invasion on Arizona's southern border by combining languages from previously unsuccessful immigration proposals. It sidesteps general solutions in favor of continuous measures. Like past controversial legislation like SB 1070, HCR 2060 constitutionally demands hard scrutiny. Its potential clash with federal law poses a risk of extended and costly legal battles, potentially infringing on individual rights. Despite its claim to address border security comprehensively, HCR 2060 disregards the humanitarian dimensions of immigration. It emphasizes enforcement measures without addressing underlying causes or concerning broader solutions. HCR 2060 fails to provide effective solutions to border security challenges while posing significant harm to Arizona's communities and economy. Advocating for evidence-based, compassionate immigration policies is required. Opposing HCR 2060 means rejecting its ineffective proposals, which have been recycled from past failures. This bill not only violates constitutional principles, but also burdens Arizona taxpayers with estimated annual cost exceeding $325 million. It risks racial profiling, interrupts vital industries dependent on immigration labor, and prevents business investments, thus undermining the state's economy. Comprehensive federal immigration reform is needed instead of a troublesome state-level measures. HCR 2060 does not align with Arizona's values or interests. I urge my colleagues to reject it in favor of genuine solutions that prioritizes justice and fairness. And if I may, I would like to end with a quote from Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. Try to remember the quote. Anyway, I've been here 12 years, and I've worked with a lot of individuals in this room, if it be my fellow legislators, staff, etc. And I have the utmost respect for everyone in this room. And as I always say, if we don't listen to each other, we're not going to get anywhere. Thank you, Mr. President. And I vote no.
Thank you, Senator Gabaldon. Appreciate your example of respectful debate and decorum. I think that's a great example for all of us to follow. Appreciate that. Senator Bennett.
President, I'd like to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Members, I don't think it's a secret that we're doing this week instead of last week, largely because last week I was a no on this bill. And I was a no on this bill a week ago because it had language in it that specifically referenced DACA individuals and some elimination of their affirmative defense if that program was somehow canceled in the future, as though we would retroactively go back and apply the principles of this bill against them. And that I find deplorable. I was also a no a week ago because I felt it lacked clarity on specifying that this is a border security bill and not a internal throughout the state immigration status security bill. I also opposed it last week because I felt it had elements of creating any idea that this would be applied retroactively against anyone in the state. I listened to you, Mr. President, say on public radio that this bill is set up so that you would have to see somebody crossing the border in order to arrest and detain them. This is not a bill where you go in Flagstaff or Mesa or the Valley. We wouldn't be asking people for their papers. I was so pleased to hear you say those words because I know that that's what the intent of this bill is. Problem was, a week ago, the language of this bill did not reflect that intent clearly enough for me to vote for it. And so for a week or so, I have been soundly criticized and derided by members of my party around the state, some to my face, some to social media, some to family members. And I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with the family members, but I'm okay that I've taken some heat for the last week, or as the president told me several days ago, I'm getting the crap beat out of me out there. Probably the most disappointing thing I've heard all day, though, is that the changes that were made today, largely at my request, have not made this bill better in any way. And I could not disagree more. Paragraph D, which says this section may only be enforced prospectively, period. This section does not apply retroactively and shall not be construed to apply to the conduct of any person who entered this state unlawfully from a foreign nation at any time before this section becomes enforceable, period. I can't think of another state statute where we are contemplating amending it to say that state laws cannot be applied to somebody who came here unlawfully. But that's what that says. And so I think we have made it very clear that this is prospective, cannot, should not, and will not be used to catch or profile or in any way prosecute somebody who came here unlawfully before this is enforceable, if it ever is. I am, however, affected and compelled by comments that have been made on this floor. Senator Bravo's comments about mixed immigration status families and the fear that they may have about applying for benefits that some of their family members are entitled to, that others might be afraid of enforcement against the others in their family because of their status, concerns me greatly. But as was noted by the good senator from District 3, we're in the early stages of this bill. It's got to go to the House, and I hope our minds and the members over there are open to further improvements, because I don't think we should ever say that we've got something perfect, and I know this is not perfect. But I think this is a vast improvement over where it was a week ago. The changes that this body agreed to today addressed the concerns that I had, eliminating any references to DACA. I think it would be deplorable to give any of those wonderful people, I think most of them are wonderful, maybe there's a few that aren't, but most of them I think are wonderful people, that don't have any place to go back to if we wanted to deport them anyway, because most of their families are probably here. So eliminating the DACA, making sure that it's focused on the border, by adding Section C, law enforcement officers witnessing the violation or technological recording or other, yes, I would like to see a word similarly, constitutionally sufficient indicia. Maybe that word similarly can be added in the House. But I think we have improved this bill from last week, and today I vote aye.
Senator Bennett votes aye. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I explain my vote?
Proceed.
Let me begin by saying that I don't think that Senator Gabaldon has any reason to apologize to me. That said, I will accept your unnecessary apology. I was going to spend the rest of my explanation trying to clarify some of the erroneous statements that have been made since I last spoke on this floor. But since I would like to be home by midnight, I'm just going to vote yes.
Senator Kavanaugh votes yes. Senator Kern. Okay. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a couple of things I need to address here because I just can't let it go. From that organization, that veteran organization, I'm actually shocked. Once again, organizations trying to get involved and throwing down the veteran card. I read that letter. And it's not even close. It's not even close. If an immigrant is here and joins the armed forces, guess what? They're documented. They still have a pathway. Don't laugh. Don't insult me like that. No, I'm not wrong. No, I am not wrong. You want to talk about a double standard? It wasn't too long ago. It wasn't too long ago that Senator Miranda and I went to a funeral service to repatriate a Marine who received the Medal of Honor. He was a Mexican national. He came over, he joined the Marine Corps, was killed in action in Vietnam, 3rd Battalion, 7th Marine. And by the way, Jojo Jimenez is a legend in that regiment. Because he had the Medal of Honor, even though he had the Medal of Honor, he couldn't be buried here. But he wanted to be buried in Mexico. So he did. He buried him in Mexico in his hometown. But because the Mexican government, I guess you have to pay to stay there in the grave, we brought him here. We brought him here, where that Marine received the honors he deserved. So if they join the armed forces, look, I have 20 years in the Marine Corps. I know a lot of people that immigrated here. They join the armed forces, and there is that pathway. That's one of the provisions. Heck, it's I think one of the things for DACA to help speed things up. So I want to address a couple of things because it was thrown out here about Orange Man bad. HR 1, yeah, they said vote no on that. Yeah, it had a couple things in it for the border, but it was all junk. Border Patrol actually said, oh, it's a good start, but it didn't go far enough. It didn't do what it needed to do. The money that was supposed to go, yeah, it would have gone to Border Patrol agents, but all that was going to be babysitting. It didn't secure the border. A lot of that money was going to be used for transportation. However, H.R. 2 did pass the House of Representatives. The Senator Schumer is sitting on it. That one actually has some meat to it. Once again, this HCR, this is perspective, prospective. We talked about, I've heard this one, unfunded mandate. Wow. The governor kind of depleted the border security money, using that to transport these people out of the state via ground and air transportation. So we had money. That money could have gone down to the sheriffs, because that's where the problem is. It's not the door that's the problem, it's the fence. It's the hole. It's the door. Not the door they're going through, they're coming through the window. Cost, here's a cost. Theft, we heard of burglaries. Rape, child trafficking, people being in sex slaves, exploited labor. That's a cost. Those are human costs. Those are human costs. And all this to do nothing just enables organized crime. Organized crime. Now, I sent you some stuff. All of you got it from my assistant. Some data for war on the border. I'm going to go through this. I'll just get some highlights here. Border Patrol has now apprehended 25,000 Chinese nationals who crossed the U.S. border illegally in 2024, FY24, already eclipsing all of FY23 as illegals crossing of Chinese are up 7,000% since that's over FY21. CBP data shows most Chinese encountered crossing the border illegal are single adults. This data does not include ports of entry, which would add tens of thousands of more encounters with Chinese nationals who have presented themselves at port of entry over the last 3 years. Talk about extremism. Here we go. The Del Rio sector Border Patrol officers have apprehended 24 convicted sex offenders after illegally crossing the border and attempting to evade law enforcement, which means they didn't go through the port of entry. They were going through the window. CBP officers at Nogales port of entry seized this cache of weapons. I sent you this email, so you have the pictures. Weapons and accessories attempting to enter Mexico. The weapons were hidden in a speaker box that was behind the seat of a pickup. The weapons were almost certainly going to support drug cartels in Mexico. That's in Nogales. Nice. I think Senator Gowan that's his district. In April 2024, over 1,400 illegal alien apprehensions occurred at the Swatan sector, surpassing the total number of apprehensions. Border Patrol's apprehended nearly 129,000 migrants who illegally crossed the southwestern border between the ports of entry. This is down slightly from the more than 137,000 apprehended in March. Border Patrol in Del Rio, once again, port of entry seized 83 weapons, 680 rounds of ammunition, 172 magazines, 4 scopes, 7 holsters, 1 foregrip, and a laser during outbound inspections. Once again, arming the cartels. Don't worry, that's not all. CBP officers in Nogales Port of Entry seized 13 AKs, 4 pistols, and over $50,000 in cash destined to Mexico to support transnational criminal organizations. Nice fellas. Border Patrol, Del Rio Port of Entry seized 7 weapons, 104 rounds of ammunition, 9 magazines from a vehicle and a utility trailer. In FY24, 387 Border Patrol agents have been assaulted during these operations. This is the narcotics activity. That's not all. Border Patrol in Nogales, Port of Entry, seized 25 pounds of fentanyl powder from a hauled-out radiator in an SUV. Border Patrol in Nogales, Port of Entry, seized over 396,000 fentanyl pills and 39 pounds of fentanyl, methamphetamine with sealed PVC pipes concealed in a tubular side of the rails of a trailer. Border Patrol at Nogales Port of Entry seized 1.2 million fentanyl pills, 253 pounds of methamphetamine. These are at the Port of Entry that they're catching. Just imagine what they're doing when they're going through the window instead of the door. Border Patrol in San Diego Field Office seized 134 pounds of cocaine, 3 pounds of heroin, and 2,700 pounds of methamphetamine, and 152 pounds of fentanyl, and separated estimated street value of $7 million. In 2024, more than 17,900 fentanyl pills and 1,800 pounds of fentanyl powder were seized in the United States. These fentanyl seizures represent over 93.7 million deadly doses. That's from the DEA. Human smuggling. Border Patrol officers in El Paso disrupted a smuggling operation that was using apartments to stash 27 illegal aliens. Here we go, New Mexico. Deming, New Mexico, intercepted a vehicle smuggling scheme which led to the unfolding of a stash house where they apprehended 29 illegal aliens from Guatemala and Mexico. Las Cruces Station and the Dona Ana County authorities apprehended 39 illegal aliens and seized a firearm from a stash house. You should see the living conditions that these people were in. They also, remember, they had to pay the cartels the tribute to get here. Then they got to pay the tribute to stay there. And hopefully they're let go, held hostage. Anti-smuggling unit apprehended 19 aliens, crowded inside a small apartment in FY24. Stash houses have been discovered, resulting in 1,578 illegal aliens detained. Border Patrol continues to Border Patrol Confined Space Entry Team intercepted a smuggling operation in El Paso in the storm drains. Tucson sector continues to encounter large groups of illegal aliens at the border. This group of 162 illegal aliens, consisting of both single adults and family units, illegally entered the U.S. and were being processed for removal proceedings. But wait, there's more. This is data we're getting from our congressional leaders in Washington. Tucson sector is on pace to exceed 700,000 border encounters this fiscal year. The ERO apprehends a Dominican citizen charged locally with child molestation and sexual assault. This is not about race. I'm disgusted that even keeps coming up. Iran, China, India, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia. Even Canada. I don't want Canadians coming here voting in this state unless they're a citizen. These are countries. These are countries. This is prospective. Come through the door, not the window. To do nothing. The act of failure is failing to act. These criminal cartels, all they care about is money. Money. And by the way, once it gets into this country, then they use the prison gangs to help disseminate it. Right, prison gangs. The White Aryan Nation, whatever they call themselves. The Aryan Brotherhood. These are prison gangs. They're all in it together. Because all they care about, so one thing they care about is the money. It's organized crime. They prey on children, women. I won't belabor this anymore, Mr. President, and I vote aye.
Majority Leader votes aye. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. President, so far, just today, more than 5,500 illegals have crossed the border. That number has gone up by 100 in just the last few minutes. More than 7 million illegals have crossed the border since Biden took office. Now, we've heard a lot in this debate so far today, but I actually have to commend our majority leader because he actually spoke facts. He talked about data. Unfortunately, we hear emotion from the other side of the aisle, but we don't hear a lot of facts, a lot of logic, or a lot of reason. So let's talk about some more facts. The cost to Arizona, just to one state, the cost to Arizona every single year of illegal immigration is $3.2 billion. That's billion with a B. The cost to the United States every single year is $151 billion with a B. That's a cost it's borne by the average hardworking American. It's borne by our neighbors. It's borne by our family members. They have to bear the brunt of that financial impact. Over the last 5 years, the cost of illegal immigration has risen by more than 30%. And to put it into more granular perspective, every single illegal alien costs the U.S. nearly $9,000 per year. It costs your neighbors that and your family members that. Now, I was rather pleased the majority leader referenced the Chinese nationals that are coming over the border, and I want to expand on that because he referenced the 25,000 that have come across the border just this year. But when we look over the last 2.5 years, more than 122,000 communist Chinese nationals have poured over our southern border in 2.5 years. Chinese nationals have been caught sneaking onto sensitive U.S. military installations more than 100 times in the past 18 months alone. Sneaking onto some of our nation's most sensitive properties that contain national security secrets and national defense secrets. We are being spied on and we are being attacked. It is coming across our southern border. It just hasn't materialized into a kinetic attack yet. You know, we've heard that we're hate-filled for wanting this legislation. We've heard that we're throwing a temper tantrum. In fact, when we had that riotous outburst in the gallery, what they said was, "Stop the hate." Well, let's talk about that for a minute. Grant Roanbeck, 21 years old, murdered by an illegal alien. Laken Riley, 22 years old, a nursing student who was murdered by an illegal alien. Aiden Clark was 11 years old. Michael Kunovich, he was a law enforcement sergeant in Florida for a sheriff's department, murdered by an illegal alien. Lizabeth Medina, 16 years old. Ifaro Gilbert, 46, he burned to death at the hands of an illegal alien. Kayla Hamilton, she was just 20 when she was murdered by an illegal. Maria Rios, 57, she was a grandma to 4. Ian Mateo Garcia was 6 years old when he was murdered by an illegal alien. Diane Hill Luckett was 67 when she was murdered. Marla Gonzalez was 11 years old. Julissa Molina Rivera, Sonia Argentina Guzman, Diana Velasquez Alvarado, Jose Jonathan Cesarez, Danielle Enrique Lasso, a family of 5, murdered by a 4-time deported illegal alien. Every single year, 2,000 or more Americans are killed by illegal aliens. So no, I won't stop hating the slaughter of thousands of innocent Americans every single year. But it's not just murder. In 2021, illegals committed 1,178 assaults and domestic violence-related crimes, a 400% increase from the prior year. And that number has gone up since then, not gone down. In that same year, DUIs skyrocketed by 347%. Illegal possession and drug trafficking soared by 453%. And both of those have gone up since then. So no, I'm not going to stop hating the senseless crime that is plaguing our nation due to Democrats' open border that is being invaded by foreign nationals. Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution, our founding fathers contemplated this very situation. They contemplated that a foreign invasion might happen, and they gave states a remedy of declaring an actual invasion. In Article 4, Section 4, the Guarantee Clause, that says that the federal government guarantees to protect the states from a foreign invasion. Friends, we are being invaded. America is being invaded right now. 7 million is the low-end estimate since 2021 when Biden and the Democrats took control. The illegal mass parole programs that Biden is doing, completely outside the bounds of federal statute, completely outside his authority under the Constitution. We are being invaded. And you know what? In Article 4, Section 4, our founding fathers, they gave us a remedy. And that is to repel the invasion ourselves when the federal government refuses to do its job. And friends, they are refusing to do that job. This ballot referral, should the voters pass it, this is a tangible step to letting us do the job that the federal government has failed us at. This allows us to repel the invasion. This allows us to protect our fellow citizens. It allows us to love our fellow citizens by doing the job that they elected us here to do. They did not send us down here, friends, across the aisle to virtue signal and to bring your allies and your cronies into the gallery to cause chaos and sow division. I understand that that is what the Democratic Party is all about these days. Death, destruction, chaos, and division.
Point of order has been called. What's your point of order?
The Democratic Party is not about destruction like he's implying. He's wrong and needs to be sat down.
Okay.
Being a child.
Okay. Senator Mendez, he did not speak about you.
He called the Democratic Party. He said we were
Senator Mendez, you are not the Democratic Party. You are a senator in the Arizona State Legislature. You can talk about the Republican Party when you explain your vote all you want.
You stopped me. Man, you guys don't have to do these rules, man.
It's the same. It's the same treatment. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is a travesty what is being allowed and encouraged by the Democratic Party to occur on our southern border. Lives are being lost. Not the hypothetical lives that we hear about in political speeches all the time. Actual lives, just like the ones that I read to you, just like the 2,000 Americans who die at the hands of this border invasion every single year. That doesn't even include the human trafficking, the sex trafficking, the child trafficking, the drug trafficking, the fentanyl. Yes, the fentanyl that is coming across the border, being pushed over to Mexico, the ingredients from China, the machines and equipment to press those fentanyl pills are being given to the cartels by China, by our enemy, so that they can be manufactured south of the border and then curried across, trafficked across, muled across. They can shake your heads all you want, but that is exactly what's happening. The data from CBP tells us that that is what's happening. The death toll here in Arizona and across this country tells us that's what's happening. So unlike those who are laughing across the aisle, unlike those who shake their head and refuse to see the facts that are right in front of them,
Senator Hernandez, please, members. Everyone. Shh. Hold on. Everybody count to 10. Everybody breathe. Okay? Everybody relax. Let's show Arizona that this body has some dignity, that we can agreeably disagree. Mr. Hoffman, please make sure you don't speak about any senators or their motives. Okay. Please continue.
I will not bury my head in the sand to the facts that are sitting there right in front of us. I will not put my head in the sand when CBP tells us the numbers. I will not put my head in the sand when we have the stories of the lives lost because of this needless border invasion. An invasion that just a few short years ago, when President Donald J. Trump was the President of the United States, was not occurring because there were sensible policies in place. You can laugh all you want, but the numbers prove it out. You don't have to take my word for it, friends across the aisle. You can just go look them up for yourselves, but you don't. Because you'd rather invite groups like LUCHA into the room to cause chaos.
Senator Hoffman, just please explain your vote.
I am.
Senator Mendez, let the senator finish. Please. How old are we in here, folks? Grow up. Come on. Let him finish speaking. No outburst. We get it. You don't like his comments. Let's respect each other's ability to explain their vote.
Mr. President, America is under attack. Arizona is under attack from a wide open border and millions upon millions upon millions of illegals being encouraged to come here by Joe Biden and the Democrats at the national level. This bill is a great first step in Arizona repelling that invasion, using our constitutional authority, and protecting the people of this state. With that, I vote aye.
Senator Wadzak.
Mr. President, I'd like to rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
This is obviously, and if it doesn't matter where you go in the country right now, the border crisis is the #1 issue across the country. If you go to Tucson or Marana or Oro Valley and you ask anybody what's your #1 issue, and I've gone to the doors, I've talked to people at the doors, I've talked to people in my district, every single one of them, their #1 issue is the border. And somehow we've bastardized this entire bill into immigration issues. It's not immigration issues, it's stopping the bleed at the border. We have no issues with people coming across the border legally. We've said that repeatedly. Everybody has said that repeatedly. And I continue to echo the sentiments of other senators in this room who have all said the same thing ad nauseum. But I'm going to tell you, when people talk about the money that these illegals are costing us at the border, it is because we have people that are jumping walls, that are coming across that are sick. They're coming into our country for our health care, specifically. I know this because I have family who work in the hospitals. I have friends who work in hospitals, and I have met with the hospital administrators, and I've asked them, what are the issues that you're facing? And a great example is somebody who climbs the wall and falls 30, 40 feet. And they break their leg. And where do they go? They go right for Banner Hospital in Tucson. And they get total knee, total hip replacements for free. Now, who's paying for that? Don't shake your head no. They do get free medical care, free knee replacements, free hip replacements. And if you guys don't believe me, I'm happy to schedule a meeting with Banner Hospital so we can show you the paperwork so you will stop shaking your head no at every time we try to give you the truth. These are our tax-paying dollars that are paying for illegal aliens to get free health care. And they did not come over here from the port of entry. These are people who come across open fences over the wall and at points where the wall is wide open. And in this discussion, I also heard you guys defending the Border Patrol agents. It has been the Biden administration who has specifically kneecapped our Border Patrol agents. Everybody at the border is disgusted because it's disgraceful how the people of Arizona have been treated when it comes to our sovereignty. We have a right to sovereignty. It's funny, you can go anywhere else in the world and you have sovereignty. But you come to America and it's open those borders and let's let everybody in. Why? So they can vote? Is that what this is all about? That's what it feels like. And a lot of our people, all of our constituents say the same thing. Flood the country so you guys can get your helps with your votes. You guys, the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party. My constituents said that. You're very quick.
I'm going to ask, Senator Watson, I'm going to ask you to speak to me
Yes,
and the
sir.
camera up here. And I'm going to ask the members on the floor to not talk to the person who's speaking. If you want to speak, you can explain your vote. Senator Wadzak, please explain your vote to me and the cameras. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, this is probably our most important bill all year because it is the most important bill of the people. We want to make sure that our country is safe. We want to make sure our men, women, and children in Arizona are safe. We also want to see our tax-paying dollars not wasted on those when we have Americans who cannot get health care. Americans can't get health care. They get turned away from getting health care. But we're allowing illegal aliens to come across outside the port of entry and get free health care. I'd like to know, how long are we supposed to keep paying for that? At what point are the American people just going to say, we're done, we're not going to pay taxes anymore because we're tired of it going to OTM, other than Mexico, other than America? Smile. Keep smiling. We're all sick of it. We're sick of it. And so are our constituents, and they rely on us. And I echo the sentiment of Senator Hoffman when I say that the people are relying on us to do a job. And we've been trying to do a job for hours, and we've been called every name in the book to simply do our job. And we are continually called names still. I am going to go back to my district when we finish session this year, knowing that I did my job as a senator, and I covered this issue, and we voted the correct way. And I will be able to sleep at night. And I know everybody on this side will be able to sleep at night, and with that, I voted aye.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you. I'm an incredibly proud daughter of a Mexican immigrant. I wish you all could have known my mom. She was the epitome of love and fun and just all the good things that everyone would want in a mother. And I cast my vote in her honor because In 1968, she became a naturalized citizen. I was 7 years old at the time. I remember how proud she was, and her workplace who celebrated with her when she became a citizen. And one of the things that bothered her, and she spoke about so often, was when others would come across our great country illegally, because she so appreciated and she was incredibly grateful for the opportunities that our country gave to her. And she could never understand why people would not come through the door, as Senator Borelli will say, and wanted to come through the window. How unfair, she would say. She went through all the steps it took to become a citizen, and why couldn't others do the same thing? This bill, HCR 2060, it discourages that illegal entry between the ports of legal entry. That's what this is about. We hear about those gotaways. There's a reason why people don't want to come through the legal ports. They don't want to be known. And those are the folks that we need to stop, that are coming through and don't want to be known and intercepted. We know that the current administration's policies encourage the criminal cartels. And what HCR 2060 does, it helps turn the power around. It empowers our sheriffs, our law enforcement, and it takes and it diminishes power from the criminal cartels. It provides safety. When we secure our border, that's safety for people on both sides of the border. People that think, you know what, I'm just going to go through, take our chances, not go through a legal port of entry, and they don't understand the incredible dangers that they face. So when we discourage that activity by passing an incredible piece of legislation like this, and ultimately to the people to vote on, it provides safety for everyone. And so, in honor of my mom, I vote yes. She was never a person of hate. She did not hate. She certainly was not racist. But what she wanted was fairness, for people to come through the legal ports of entry. And that's what we're doing here. And I vote aye.
Thank you. Senator Kern votes aye. Senator Gonzalez, how do you vote? Did you wish to speak? Go ahead.
Then I rise for to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you. Well, a lot has been said over the last 3 weeks on this bill and today. And I am still a no. I first would like to talk a little bit about what was said today in the discussion for the amended part of this bill that we have before us. Well, and before I get to that, let me just say, I've said this before. I've been here a long time, 12 years in the House and 6 years here now. This is my 6th year in the Senate. And we've had immigration, border issues the whole time I've been here, because we have a immigration law, federal law that is broken, and we need to fix it, but it's a federal issue and responsibility. What I started to say is that I am Indigenous. I am a Yaqui woman, and I live on the reservation, southwest of Tucson, and I proudly represent LD20. And I live an hour from the border. And my people also live in Sonora, Mexico. We have people on both sides of the border. And I've always advocated for open borders because I feel the border, we didn't cross the border crossed us, as has been said for many, many years. And I feel that we, UMA people, have the right to go back and forth as we wish across this border between Mexico now and the United States or Arizona. Free to practice our religious freedom, free to visit our families, free to celebrate with family, friends, without being harassed at the border. But we are harassed at the border every time we go there or they come here. We are harassed. So that's the first thing. Now I'd like to go to what was said, the talk about DACA. And in the discussion of the amendment, it was said that there was no intent to hurt DACA members. Yet, why was it in the bill? Why did we have to remove it today? Because it was detrimental to them. So please don't tell me that there was no meant to do harm to DACA recipients. Second, I've said this for all I've addressed this issue for almost 20 years as a legislative member of this body, not only the Senate, this legislative body in Arizona. I really resent the use of alien in any documentation, in any speech on the floor, because I believe that no human being is an alien. As far as what was discussed on criminals coming across the borders, maybe, I really also dislike the use of criminals coming across the border, because if we, the listeners, and if we sitting on the floor as sitting senators and listen to some of the stories that Majority Leader talked about, I believe that they are true. Those are facts. Things do happen. But if you look at the people who are coming, imagine, I would like everybody to imagine those families that are leaving the comfort of their homes in Mexico or any other country of South America or China or any other country that was mentioned today. Imagine, put yourself in their place, that they are leaving the comfort of their home to track thousands of miles across different countries, as a matter of fact, to get to the safety of Arizona or the United States of America. Because we are America. Because we are the United States of America. Because we are known for the land of the free. The free to practice our religion. The free to practice the cultural being that we are. And the languages that, the rich languages and cultures that we have and that we bring here. Imagine a young mother carrying her infant baby hundreds of miles to get to the safety of Arizona. Because back home, they cannot live safely. Because of the drug cartels. Because of whatever reason, governments in their country, gangs. Just imagine. Put yourself in their place. Crossing the Rio Grande River to get to safety. And to their misfortune, and recently, a mother and her children died. Drowned, crossing, trying to get to our freedom country where they can be safe, where they can live out their, what we take for granted as Americans and American citizens. Our freedom of religion especially. Remember our history. As a Native American, indigenous people, we had an invasion hundreds of years ago. We had people coming into this our country, our land, without permission, fleeing from religious freedom, trying to get to a better place, traveling here across oceans to get here to a safe place because they had been exiled from their countries for whatever reasons, lots of different reasons, some of them for being criminals. But those people who came and invaded our country, our land, they had a different outcome. And their ancestors are sitting here with me on the Senate floor, making laws of Arizona. And forgetting history. So don't forget our history, your history. I agree with a lot of the things that my Democratic colleagues already said. But I too want to go home. I too want to get to my grandson, who is here with me today, listening and witnessing what has happened here on the Senate floor. But we have to work together. And this is not working together. It's already been said. We have to work. This is a bad law that we're asking that we're sending to the voters in November. And I hope that whoever comes back in the next session and beyond, that they work on these issues together, that they work on the humanitarian crisis that's happening on our border, that they work on the demand for fentanyl in this country and in our state. Because if we didn't have a demand, fentanyl would not be coming across our border. Let's help those people who are having issues get the help that they need. Let's provide them all the help that they need. In mental health, because we know and we've heard here today and almost every week of this session about how mental health really plays a role on what people do and the drug scene, the illegal drug scene. Let's work on that. Let's work on the demand. Lastly, well, it's not lastly, because I have a couple more things, but I wanna share a different kind of story, a factual story that happened to my sister years ago. But I'm sure that her story is not, it probably happens every day at the border, for sure. And it goes along with the stories of Senator Gabaldon and her being harassed by the legislation of 1070, the doing of 1070 and at the border and beyond. And she wasn't even crossing the border. She was just traveling from one place to another in her district, or taking her dad to the doctors or to the groceries, or driving with her mom to Tucson. Who knows? But from Sahuarita to Tucson. This kind of story is happening every day at the border. And it will continue to happen, whether we believe it, or we don't, or we want to think about it, or we don't want to think about it. This kind of stories happen every day. And yes, people, undocumented people from different countries are coming over our borders. Canadians, Africans, Chinese, Mexicanos. But they're coming here because they want to get to a safe place. But this is a story that happened to my sister, and I'm sure it's happening. So my sister is a well-traveled person all over the world, and she has friends all over the world. And one week, she had friends from Canada and Germany visiting Tucson, her Tucson home. And they all decided that they wanted to go to Nogales, Sonora. And so they went to Nogales, Sonora, and they had a fun-filled day in Nogales. As tourists, she was taking her friends as tourists to see a different country that they were so close to, an hour away. And on the way back, there was my sister and her friend a woman, and there was two guys with them that were from Germany and one from Canada. And interestingly enough, when they came back from Nogales and were stopped, we're going through the line to enter Arizona again, the only one who got asked by the Border Patrol at the door to show her documents was the indigenous U.S. citizen sitting in the back seat. And that was my sister. Her passengers, the other people in the car, her longtime boyfriend, and the two foreigners, one from Canada and one from Germany, were white Anglo-Saxon men. And guess what? The Canadian guy, no, I think it was the German guy, left his passport at my sister's house. But guess what? He wasn't asked for his passport and what citizen he was from. It was just assumed that he was an American citizen by how he looked and how he presented himself. So I'm sorry, but this scenario and this story, I'm sure is happening every day at the border. And that's what we mean, and that's what we are talking about, that this law will lead to racial profiling even more so than that happens without it. It will give a license to law enforcement. That's what 1070 did. That's what 1070 did to Senator Gabaldon and countless, hundreds of families. And it will continue to happen. It's already been said that this proposal is unconstitutional, and even the attorneys here say so. And so I'm sure it's going to be challenged in the courts and cost taxpayers a lot of money to try to defend. And then in the end, I strongly believe that it's going to be done away with, just like 1070. But I'm a member of the minority party at this legislature and in this Senate. And so this bill is passing, and it's going to pass. And it's going to pass the House too, because the Republican Party has already decided that this is an important legislation or HCR to send to the voters. And so the only thing I have to say is the following. Quiero dirigirme a los hispanos, especialmente a los mexicanos en todo Arizona. Yo estoy votando no a esta propuesta que perjudicará a todos nosotros. Nuestra defensa es votar. Solo les imploro lo siguiente. empiezan hoy. Vamos a registrar a todos para votar. Registren a todos en su casa. Los abuelos, los padres, los hijos, los nietos. Y todos que todavía van a cumplir 18 al día de la elección. Y vámonos todos a las aulas de votación el día 5 de noviembre de 2024. Y voten no a esta propuesta que estamos aquí votando, que yo estoy aquí votando que no. Yo creo que sí lo podemos lograr. Y ojalá que nuestra gente en toda Arizona se ponga de trucha y se vaya a votar. Gracias y voto que no.
Votes no. Senator Kern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise real quickly to explain my vote, sir.
Proceed.
Just real quick. You know, if you're going to destroy a country, you're going to do what the current Biden administration is doing, and that is not only our border, but inflation and everything else. But definitely at our border. Since in the past 3-4 years, we've had well over 10 million illegal crossers coming across our southern border, and it's probably triple that amount. And I believe the real reason why they want the southern border open is because, in their eyes, it's a voting block down the road. So I just want to give you a couple figures. I forgot to add, the only president that I did see that, and I've voted for a few presidents, the only president I ever saw that had the southern border under control was President Trump. And so hopefully soon we can get the southern border under control after November. That being said, since Senator Hoffman got up to speak, when he closed his speech, it was 5,504 illegal border crossers today in Arizona. 5,504 illegals crossing our border from God knows where, what country they're coming from, what their intent is. Since that time, we've had an additional 306 border crossers. Since Senator Hoffman finished his speech, in the past, since Senator Gonzalez was speaking, 306 additional border crossers in Arizona using our services. God only knows what their intent is. Are they going to do us harm? Who are they? Where did they come from? And so with that, I absolutely vote aye.
Senator Kern votes aye. Senator Farnsworth.
Mr. President, I'd like to explain my vote.
Proceed.
I was not intending to say anything, but I'm going to just make 5 quick sentences. I have a different perspective. Number one, I'll mention I was born in Mexico. I appreciate that beautiful country. My grandparents, all 4 of them, happily lived in Mexico, but they were driven out, by the way. I spent 2 years living in Guatemala and El Salvador, both of them beautiful countries with lots of opportunity. I seriously considered moving back to Central America and taking my family there because I saw lots of beauty and lots of opportunity. I will say the fourth thing I have to say is people in those beautiful countries are being lured here and given false promises that if they just get to the United States, everything, the streets are paved with gold and there's no problems. And we all know we have plenty of challenges here. And also the people that are being lured here are not safe. We know that once they get here, and on the way especially, they're being raped, murdered, and sold into sex trafficking. So they're being lured by these human traffickers and made fair promises at a high price and then being taken advantage of. And the last thing I will say is simply that, yes, we have a beautiful country here. As I was growing up, it was a free country and one to be proud of, and a place where we felt safe. I don't feel safe here anymore in our country. I don't believe we are safe. And the biggest reason we are not is that we have a lot of people who hate our country, who live here, who have been crossing the border. And I believe they are preparing as a fifth column to destroy our country. I believe they're waiting for the signal to blow up bridges, blow up buildings, and kill people, and we are allowing this to happen by our wide open border. And if we don't have a border, we don't have a country, and if America falls, there's no place to go. And with that, I vote aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye. It's all been said. I think the only thing that wasn't mentioned was something was said about immunity. Anybody can do, law enforcement can do whatever they want. There is immunity at the state level. There is not federal immunity. That is where your constitutional claims will be brought. So that is false. And I'll just close in saying, yes, people come to this country, obviously, risking their lives to come here for safety, for prosperity, for whatever. How safe will this country be? How prosperous will this country be if we do not enforce our laws? It won't be. That I vote aye. The system's now closed. By your votes of 16 ayes, 13 nays, 1 not voting, you have passed HCR 2060. Signed in open session. Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the HCR to the House. Okay. We still have work to do, folks. Additional Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that pursuant to Rule 17K, House Bill 2201 be calendared for the Additional Committee of the Whole for the purposes of amending.
You've heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed vote nay. Appears the ayes have it. Do you have it so ordered? Motion to go into Additional Committee of the Whole.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Additional Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar.
You've heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. And opposed vote nay. Appears the ayes have it. Do you have it? So ordered. I'd like to ask the pro tem to take the chair.
All right. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that without objection, the bill on the calendar be read by number title only.
All right, you've heard that motion. If you're all still awake and with us and alive, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed vote no. Appears you guys do have it so ordered. We're going to read the bill on the calendar.
House Bill 2201, an act amending Title 45, Chapter 2, Article 5, Arizona Revised Statutes by adding Section 45465.05, amending Section 45554, Arizona Revised Statutes, amending Title 45, Chapter 2, Article 9, Arizona Revised Statutes by adding Sections 45563.03 and 45563.04, amending Sections 45576 and 45576.08, Arizona Revised Statutes, amending Title 45, Chapter 2, Article 9, Arizona Revised Statutes by adding Section 45576.10, amending Sections 483771, 483775, 483778, 483780, and 483781, Arizona Revised Statutes relating to groundwater.
Thank you. Senator Kerr, the pace has been set. This is an Olympic year, and we're in the middle of the Triple Crown races. Let's hope we can do it a little bit quicker time than the first one.
Here we go. I'm on it, Mr. Chair. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it give House Bill 2201 a due pass recommendation.
You've heard that motion, and we'll move on to the Kerr number 1 floor amendment.
Kerr number 1 additional Cal floor amendment. I move the following amendment to House Bill 2201, reference to Senate and Gross House Bill, signed C.N.E. Kerr.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Kerr number 1 floor amendment to House Bill, or to the Senate engrossed House Bill 2201 be adopted.
Thank you. All right, members, is there any discussion on the Kerr number one, or would you like the Kerr number one? Would you like an explanation, Senator? Or, I know it's on everybody's desks, I believe.
It is. Everybody should have the amendments, and I have two because there's two floor amendments, and I'm not sure which one is the number one.
Okay.
So I can, after we move the second one, I can go through both if that's okay.
May 21st at 3:27 p.m. is number
got it.
one. Kerr number one is May 21st at 3:27
Thank you.
p.m.
All right, brief explanation.
Thank you.
Yes, they should. That's been attached on our sink, so.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chair. It requires the Director of the Arizona Department of Water Resources to identify when issuing a physical availability exemption credit, the Director of ADWR's determination whether the outlined criteria would be satisfied based on the Director of ADWR's most recent assured water supply projection, requires the prescribed determination to be applied to an assured water supply application that is submitted to ADWR within 2 years from the date the physical availability exemption credit is issued, and must remain valid until the Director of ADWR makes a final decision on the assured water supply application. Further requires the Director of ADWR, before issuing a physical availability exemption credit, to notify the holder of the irrigation grandfathered right in writing whether the prescribed criteria would be satisfied based on the Director of ADWR's most recent assured water supply projection, and request written confirmation that the holder of the irrigation grandfathered right would like to proceed with the relinquishment. The section on turf prohibits a municipal provider on or after January 1st, 2026 to apply potable water on non-functional turf that is installed as part of a new development project or redevelopment project on any portion of applicable party within an initial active management area. States this prohibition does not preclude a municipality from adopting requirements that are more restrictive than the requirements regarding applying potable water on non-functional turf. Prohibits a municipality located in an initial AMA, notwithstanding any other law, from adopting or enforcing any requirement establishing directly or indirectly the outlined requirements. States this prohibition must not impair vested rights to use the water.
Fantastic. Any other discussion on the Kerr number one floor amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor vote aye. Aye. Opposed vote no. Appears the ayes have it so ordered. Read the Kerr number two floor amendment.
Kerr number two, additional Cal floor amendment. I move the following amendment to House Bill 2201, reference to Senate and Gross House Bill, signed Sidney Kerr.
Excellent. And obviously, the Kerr number two amendment is opposite of what I said the other one was earlier. So please, Senator Kerr.
Very good, Mr. Chair. I move that the Kerr number two floor amendment to Senate engrossed House Bill 2201 be adopted.
Excellent. Explanation.
Thank you. This one's a little shorter. Adds exemptions to unlawful acting in concert for the purpose of the sale or lease of subdivision lots or parcels of land, subjects a subdivider or agent who violates outlined rules or laws to a civil penalty of up to $2,000 for each lot where the violation occurs, rather than for each infraction. Modifies requirements for applications related to construction or sale of homes and the division of parcels of land. Makes technical and conforming changes.
Excellent. Any discussion on the Kerr number two floor amendment? Seeing none, those in favor vote aye. Aye. Opposed vote no. Appears the ayes do have it so ordered. Senator Kerr, the bill is amended.
Yes, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it give House Bill 2201 as amended a due pass recommendation.
Excellent. You've heard that motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor vote aye. Aye. Opposed vote no. Appears the ayes do have it so ordered. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that the additional Committee of the Whole rise and report.
Excellent. You've heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Opposed vote no. Appears the ayes have it so ordered.
Senate will please come to order. We'll read the report.
Mr. President, your additional committee of the whole, having had under consideration the legislation listed below, made the following recommendation. HB 2201 do pass as amended. Respectfully, TJ Shope, Chairman.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. We report of the additional committee of the whole be adopted and bills be properly assigned.
Heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed vote nay. Appears the ayes have it. Do have it so ordered. Okay. Third reading of bills. House Bill 2201.
House Bill 2201, an act amending sections 11.321, 11.831, 32.2181, and 32.2185.09 Arizona Revised Statutes, amending section 33.422 Arizona Revised Statutes is amended by laws 2019, chapter 103, section 1, and chapter 131. Section 1, repealing section 33.422 Arizona Revised Statutes is amended by laws 2023, chapter 77, section 3, amending title 45, chapter 2, article 5 Arizona Revised Statutes by adding section 45.465.05, amending section 45.554 Arizona Revised Statutes, amending title 45, chapter 2, article 9 Arizona Revised Statutes by adding section 45.563.03, amending sections 45.576 and 45.576.08 Arizona Revised Statutes, amending title 45, chapter 2, article 9 Arizona Revised Statutes by adding section 45.576.10, amending sections 48.3771, 48.3775, 48.3778, 48.3780, and 48.3781 Arizona Revised Statutes relating to water management.
Heard the third reading of House Bill 2201. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. System's open. Please proceed to vote. This does have an emergency clause. For the emergency clause to pass, it requires a 2/3 vote. Senator Bravo, Birch, Gabaldon, Gonzalez, how do you vote? Senator Hatatli, Hernandez, Hoffman, Kern, Champ, and Wadzak, how do you vote? Senator Sundaration.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Members, this bill has undergone a lot of changes recently, and so what was the underlying bill is no longer the same. It now includes an amalgamation of 3 other bills that were added last week, additional amendments today that added 3 more bills, and unfortunately our concerns remain the same because this is a rushed process. What was added onto this bill last week has not had a chance for public hearing, has not had a chance for the stakeholder input and process that it deserves. And we have notably heard some serious opposition to fundamental points of the bill, to the substance of the bill, as well as to the process of the bill that make it critically important that we do not pass huge changes to water law in our state, to water policy in our state, changes that might have an impact as to whether our active management areas are still as strong as they have been, as to whether our assured water supply program is going to protect water in our active management areas for 100 years. Without that serious and sustained discussion that is needed when contemplating these massive changes. And in particular, we have heard on the process side that very important stakeholders were not included in the discussion. Stakeholders like the tribes, who have a huge interest in water policy and how water is managed and have contributed so often to Arizona's ability to make do in a time of not sustained drought that will only get worse with climate change, in a time when the Colorado River is dwindling and access to Colorado River water is decreasing. In previous years, the tribes have been our saviors. It is their support and collaboration that has helped us manage our water resources and helped sustain our populations, and to leave the tribes out of this process and to ignore their very important and serious concerns with aspects of the legislation that has been included here is wrong. More than that, we are not sure, because of the rushed process, that there will be any conservation gains here. We need to have the process. We need to have a full analysis of the data to make sure that what is being voted on today might actually lead to conservation gains, that might actually lead to a secure water future in Arizona. And that, for example, we are not simply encouraging more groundwater, more development and development based solely on groundwater in areas like Pinal County, where there have been lands that have not been irrigated for many years. And to allow further development is going to increase groundwater use in Pinal County and put Pinal County in a much less stable water footing going into the future. We cannot be sacrificing areas of our state simply to allow development to continue to occur. And we need to be sure, we need to have the proper analysis and the proper data so that we are confident that we are not making a mistake that cannot be undone in future sessions. And so I urge you, do not proceed with a water bill like this that has not had the benefit of full public hearing, discussion, input from stakeholders across the board. Do not trample over the concerns, the serious substantive concerns of our tribal neighbors, and do not vote this forward. And I vote no.
Senator Gobbledone, how do you vote? Senator Gobbledone, if you wish to speak.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Go ahead.
Water policy is complex. Water policy should not be rushed. The underlying bill was something that I was open to supporting. And now we have this bill that has so much added to it. And I'm not going to repeat comments that were made from others. I feel that water policy should be bipartisan, should be part of the larger conversation throughout the state of Arizona. And these individual bills could have done that, but now we are having to decide on multiple fronts on this bill, and I find that to be unreasonable. I find it to be irresponsible. We, as the state of Arizona, have to talk about water policy, and I know that's going to be difficult, and I know that we don't have one answer to that, but we must not do something like this. This bill does not address so many concerns. Voices have not been heard, and as the saying goes, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I believe a lot of Arizona is not at the table. I vote no.
Senator Gobbledone votes no. Senator Hatatli, how do you vote? Senator Hatatli?
I rise to make a point of personal privilege to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you, President Peterson. I appreciate the opportunity, and then also to my colleagues on the floor, thank you. My comment is specifically on the subject of water and then changing some requirements in this. When we talk about water, I think everyone should have a say. and specifically tribal nations need to have a say, because as long as you stick a straw in the ground in this lower elevation, there's an impact to the water tables in other areas of the state. And so for whatever reason, this community, this area, this region has been labeled as a non-expansion area, and then all of a sudden we're making allowances for that one area, which would really impact many areas. And I think that when you rewrite water policy without having all the stakeholders involved, then that is not the voice of our constituents, all of us as a combined whole. That's who we're sent to represent. Not always do we come here with the mindset of appeasing industry or appeasing capitalism. We have to think about our future, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. Where are they going to get their water? We look at the Colorado River, that's drying up. Where are we going to get the water to go forward in the state of Arizona? We don't, here, this is desert country. You walk out and we have lawns. We have pools where none existed for years and years because of the climate that's here. But we continue to utilize and use water that's not even conducive to the environment, especially here in the valley. So I want to continue to advocate for my constituents, and not just with Legislative District 6, but with all of Arizona, with the 22 tribes. And we need to make sure that we have sound policy, that we move forward. And then if this is a priority of this legislature, it's a priority of the governor, then I question why we don't have tribal representation at the table. And those answers need to be provided. So with that, I vote no.
Senator Totley votes no. Madam Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you so much. So members, what you have before you is a compilation of bills that have been through the Senate. For instance, the portion of House Bill 2006 that we added today. It went through the Finance and Commerce Committee, FICO, on March 4th, 6-1. House Bill 2007 went through FICO 7-0. House Bill 2101 went through FICO 6-1. All bipartisan. They're good, solid, wise, effective legislation. And then we have probably the biggest component, the Ag to Urban, which was Senate Bill 1172. Probably one of the most stakeholdered bills next to 1221 that we've had this session. It's my understanding that this Senate Democrat ranking member of NRU was at every single meeting, senior policy advisor, every single meeting, and any concerns that were brought up were addressed. Talk about incredible water savings and smart, efficient, effective water policy. Just from this bill alone, in the Phoenix AMA, maximum potential savings, 583,000 acre feet a year. And this is when we transition from agriculture to other non-irrigation, non-ag uses. In Pinal County, they're looking at 876,250 acre feet a year savings. In Tucson, the Tucson AMA, 139,222 acre feet a year of savings. It's incredible the savings that can be realized under these bills. And so it's smart aquifer protection. It is incredibly smart conservation, a great way to continue to grow in a way that we ensure that we have the water necessary, and we do. And with that, I vote aye.
The whip votes aye. System is now closed. By your votes of 16 ayes, 12 nays, 2 not voting, you've passed House Bill 2201 without the emergency clause. Signed in open session. Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the bill to the House. Okay. We are going to be going to caucus and then coming back to finish up our work here. Senator Kerr, committee announcements.
Yes, Mr. President, the Republican caucus will meet upon recess of the floor in caucus room 1.
Okay. Who is going to announce from the Democrats? Senator Gabaldon?
With your permission, Mr. President, the Democratic caucus will meet upon the recess of the floor in caucus room 2.
Okay. Any points of personal privileges? Senator Rogers?
Mr. President, point of personal privilege to enter a short memo into the Senate record.
Go ahead.
I'd like to enter the letter from Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell dated 27th of March 2024 to me, acknowledging receipt of my letter on the 25th of March. And it's just a short letter. I'd like that entered into the Senate record. With your permission, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you could please bring us a copy of that. If you could just bring up a hard copy of that, thank you.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, great.
Will.
Senator Gabaldon?
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege, a comment, sir.
Yes, proceed.
Through my explanation of vote, I neglected to give the honor to Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. And over the years, people have reminded me that when they hear this quote, they think of me. So, and I quote, "Don't mistake politeness for the lack of strength." Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Well said. Okay, here's an announcement. It's going to be Jenna's birthday on Saturday. Happy birthday, Jenna. Where do we go for the party? She'll let us know. All right, with that, we will be recessed to the sound of the gavel. Senate is called to order. Message from the House. Without objection, message from the House listed on the counter will not be read. The message will be entered in the journal. Senate Concurrent Resolution 1046 is transmitted to the Secretary of State. Message from the House. Without objection, messages from the House listed on the counter will not be read. The message will be entered in the journal. Business on the President's desk. Communications from the Governor. Without objection, communication from the Governor is listed on the counter will not be read and it will be entered in the journal. The Secretary will record the action. Bills signed. Messages from the House. Let's see. Reader to read the message from the House.
House has requested the Senate to return SB 1369 to the House of Representatives for the purpose of the House reconsidering the bill.
Without objection, at the request of the House of Representatives, Senate Bill 1369 is returned to the House of Representatives for the purpose of reconsideration. Secretary, please record the action. Notify the House. Message from the House.
House has requested the Senate to return SB 1435 to the House of Representatives for the purpose of the House reconsidering the bill.
Without objection, at the request of the House of Representatives, Senate Bill 1435 is returned to the House of Representatives for the purpose of reconsideration. Secretary, record the action and notify the House. Reports of standing committees. Without objection, reports of standing committees listed on the counter will not be read. The reports will be entered in the journal. Secretary will record the action. Okay, a group motion will be made for the concurrences unless Senator requests concurrence to be considered separately. Concurrence, Mr. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, I move the Senate concur to that in the House amendments to SB 1335, 1359, 1370.
14A. SCR 1040.
Yes, Mr. President, I move the Senate concur in House amendments to SCR 1040.
Heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. Here's the ayes have it. Do have it. So ordered. Place under final reading of bills. Final reading of bills. SCR 1040.
Senate concurred in Resolution 1040, a concurrent resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Arizona, amending Article.
For the third reading of the final reading of SCR 1040. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. System's now open. Please proceed to vote. Senator Carroll, Senator Diaz, Epstein, Fernandez, Gonzalez, Kern, Mendez, Miranda. Senator Epstein, you're on the board.
Mr. President, who did you call on?
What's that?
Okay.
Did you wish to speak? Proceed.
Yes, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
This bill is wage theft. This bill is called something about protecting tipped workers. Basically, it's a pay cut. It's a pay cut for tipped workers. So basically, right now, in the example of restaurant workers, say a server, person who comes to your table, carries lots of heavy food to you. It takes a lot of endurance. This job is never easy. Sometimes tipped workers are treated rather badly, no matter how nice and wonderful and friendly they are, no matter how much they remember their customers' birthdays and everything else. Sometimes some customers are terrible to them. It is a tough job. And thus the tips are an important part of their work. But the bottom line is the math. Currently, minimum wage is $14.35. Do restaurant workers get paid that? No. They get paid $11.35 because current law says that restaurants can pay them $3 less than minimum wage. And that was an agreement. That was agreed to by the people when we passed the minimum wage laws in Arizona. We said, let's let restaurants charge pay $3 less to their workers than the minimum wage. This bill would say they can pay 25% less, and therefore it's an immediate pay cut to tipped workers. They would go from $3 less than minimum wage to $3.57 less than minimum wage. It's an instantaneous pay cut because their employer would be allowed to cut their pay by 25%, And then every year it gets worse. The gap from their pay to minimum wage becomes more and more dollars every year because it changes from $3 gap to a percentage. So, do we have nobody? In that case, and thank you, I'm glad you're all voting no. Thank you. So, it is a great big pay cut, and apparently a whole lot of people see no. I'm just amazed to see there's any green up there. That's amazing to me. I vote nay.
Senator Shamp.
Mr. President, I'd like to explain my vote.
Proceed.
In 1994, I made $2.94 an hour. Minimum wage was $7.25. And guess what? I wasn't even 24 years old and I bought my first house. People who actually work for tips. Oh, by the way, I also have college degrees that I have paid off my student loans. How did I do that? Tips. These people want to work for tips. That's exactly what I did, and any one of us that worked our way through college knows exactly how this works. With that, I vote aye.
Senator Diaz, how do you vote? Senator Miranda, how do you vote? Senator Wadsack, how do you vote? Down to you, Senator Miranda. System's closed. Your votes of 13 ayes, 14 nays, 3 not voting. You failed to pass SCR 1040. Mr. Majority Leader. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. President, I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 1335, Senate Bill 1359.
For that motion, all those in favor vote aye. Aye. Opposed, vote nay. As the ayes have it, do have it so ordered. Placed under final reading of bills. Senate Bill 1335.
Senate Bill 1335, an act amending sections 9403 and 288414 Arizona Revised Statutes relating to municipal real property.
For the third reading of Senate Bill 1335. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed, vote nay. System is open. Please proceed to vote. We're losing people. We lost Bennett. Senator Diaz, Epstein, Farnsworth, Fernandez, Hatatli, Hoffman, Kern, Marsh, Mendez, Miranda, and Wadsack. How do you vote? Senator Epstein, how do you vote? Senator Fernandez, Wadsack, how do you vote? System's closed. By your votes to 21 ayes, 5 nays, 4 not voting, you have passed Senate Bill 1335. Senate Bill 1359.
Senate Bill 1359, an act amending Title 16, Chapter 7, Article 1, Arizona Revised Statutes by adding Section 161023 relating to election communications.
Part of the third reading of Senate Bill 1359. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. System's open. Please proceed to vote. Yeah. Instructing the Secretary to transmit Senate Bill 1335 to the Governor. Senator Epstein, Fernandez, Hatatli, Mesnard, Miranda, how do you vote? Almost there, folks. Senator Mesnard, see here. System's now closed. By your votes, up. Open it back up. Would you like to vote, Senator Mesnard? Senator Mesnard votes aye. System's now closed. By your votes, 25 ayes, 1 nay, 4 not voting. You've passed Senate Bill 1359, signed in open session. Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the bill to the Governor. Group motion. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 1336 and Senate Bill 1670.
You've heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Opposed vote nay. Here's the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Place under final reading of bills. Final reading of bills, Senate Bill 1336.
Senate Bill 1336, an act amending Title 13, Chapter 35, Arizona Revised Statutes by adding Section 133508 relating to obscenity.
Heard the third reading of Senate Bill 1336. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. System's open. Please proceed to vote. Senator Bravo, Senator Diaz, Epstein, Fernandez, Marsh, Mendez, Sundaration, Rogers, Wadsack. How do you vote? Senator Diaz, how do you vote? Senator Miranda, how do you vote? System's closed. By your votes, 17 ayes, 9 nays, 4 not voting. You've passed Senate Bill 1336. Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the bill to the governor. Signed in open session. Senate Bill 1670.
Senate Bill 1670, an act amending Section 412559 Arizona Revised Statutes relating to public-private partnership contracts.
For the third reading of Senate Bill 1670, all those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. System's open. Please proceed to vote. Okay. Final reading of Senate Bill 1670. Senator Bravo, Diaz, Farnsworth, Fernandez, Hatatli, Hernandez, Kavanaugh, Kern, Mendez, Mesnard, Sundaration, and Watsack. How do you vote? Okay. Senator Mendez, how do you vote? Okay. 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 System's closed. Your votes 26 ayes, 0 nays, 4 not voting. You pass Senate Bill 1670. Signed into open session. Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the bill to the governor. Mr. Majority Leader, concurrence for 1609.
Yes, Mr. President, I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 1609.
Heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed vote nay. Here's the ayes have it. Do have it so ordered. Place under final reading of bills. Final reading of bills. Senate Bill 1609.
Senate Bill 1609, an act amending Title 36, Chapter 29, Article 1, Arizona Revised Statutes by adding sections 362903.14, 362903.15, and 362903.16 relating to the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Administration.
For the final reading of Senate Bill 1609, all those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. System's open. Please proceed to vote. Senator Bravo, Carroll, Diaz, Epstein, Farnsworth, Fernandez, Gonzalez, Hatatli, Hernandez, Hoffman, Kern, Marsh, Mendez, Champ, Shope, Sundaration. Senator Hernandez, how do you vote? Hoffman. Senator Hoffman, how do you vote? Senator Hernandez, how do you vote? System's closed. Votes 25 ayes, 1 nay, 4 not voting. You've passed Senate Bill 1609. Signed in open session. Secretary is instructed to record the action. Transmit the bill to the governor. Business on the President's desk. Gubernatorial nominations. Reader, please read the nominations.
Bradley J. Bout, State Board for Private Post-Secondary Education. Jaden Shane Fisher, Arizona Board of Regents.
Okay.
Senator Wadzak.
Mr. President, your Committee on Education recommends to the Senate that the confirmations of Bradley J. Boot, State Board for Private Post-Secondary Education, and Jaden Shane Fisher, Arizona Board of Regents.
Question before you is if the Senate will advise and consent to the nominations. All those in, what's that? A roll call vote has been requested. Is the motion to split them? Okay. All right. Senator Hoffman, can you make your substitute motion again, please? What's the substitute motion?
Mr. President, substitute motion is to move them individually and roll call vote on the ABOR nomination.
Okay. And you're requesting a roll call vote on that motion? Okay. Okay, a roll call vote on that motion. Second vote. Okay. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. Appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. We will, we're going to do Bradley J. Butte first. Will the Senate advise and consent to the nomination? All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. Appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. We'll put the second one up for a roll call vote. System's open. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. Proceed to vote. Okay. Senator Fernandez, how do you vote? Senator Kavanaugh, how do you vote? Senator Mesnard? Mr. Majority Leader, how do you vote, sir? System now closed. By your votes of 21 ayes, 5 nays, 4 not voting. You have confirmed Jaden Shane Fisher to the Arizona Board of Regents. Secretary is instructed to notify the Governor and Secretary of State of the confirmations made. Any points of personal privileges before we recess? Senator Mesnard, do you want to make your motion?
Mr. President, I move the Senate reconsider its action whereby it failed to pass SCR 1040 on May 22nd, 2024 on final reading.
Heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed vote nay. Please ayes have it, do have it. So ordered. Senator Hurtatli, you're on the board.
Thank you, Senate President. I wish to make a point of personal privilege to make a comment.
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I want to express appreciation. I did see the video from over a week ago. I appreciate the proclamation read by my colleague, Senator Miranda, and then also the moment of silence called for my niece. To me, that's evidence. That's confirmation. That's the highest and ultimate testimony that these sober living bills that are moving is an administrative priority. However, we fail to protect the residents. Background checks, fingerprint clearances, notice, calling cops when there's an overdose, there's physical assault, there's sexual assault, for rape kits, whatever the case may be, it is still not happening. It's not happening. And I think some of these questions that have not been posed in this investigation also are where and what happens to these young ladies who come out of these homes being pregnant. Because we have kids out there who have no paternity. And with that, one of the stipulations that I had requested for was to make sure that there was a state law in place where owners, employers, employees, contractors, and volunteers do not have any type of intimate relationship with residents. Residents are vulnerable individuals. I don't see why we are arguing that point. Many of these individuals end up in this situation not by choice, but many times it's because of unresolved trauma, which is a very real situation that happened to my niece. It's trauma and it's unresolved, and we don't have those resources to address it to help her heal. And that's how she caught up in this cycle. And then she even got lost in this system, the behavioral health system. She got lost. We looked and we looked for her for months. And they're driving around. All of these accounts that I talked about are accounts that she brought to me. They're over-medicating them, driving them from one home to the next in the middle of the night so that they don't know where they're at, and keeping them drugged in the evening so that they are unruly. What type of crime is that? And when these young individuals, when people take advantage of them, people within these trusted positions, they see these individuals that are so easily, they fall so easily to manipulation. And they are groomed. They are groomed. We keep talking about sexual predators. We keep talking about sexual criminals. That's who we're protecting as long as we don't pass laws to protect the residents, the safety and the protection of these residents. I think that that should be our priority. How many people have to die? How many more people have to die? What if this was your relative? What if it was your niece? I heard a comment not too long ago, and I hope they're listening, because the response was, we cannot regulate who has a relationship in these homes. How insensitive of a comment can that be, where we are allowing and condoning groomers? We're protecting groomers. And that's why many of these individuals, these young ladies, are coming out of there impregnated. And they can't even establish paternity because those people are already gone. And they are not in a position to advocate for themselves. Who can talk about this and have that voice? From here to the 9th floor, why are we not protecting the residents? Why is it okay that we're only going to look at the administrative fixes and not protect our residents, our constituents, those who need to have a voice? They're threatened. My niece was threatened. She was told that if you say anything, if you tell anybody, we're going to go to your home and we're going to kill your whole family. We know where you live. These vulnerable individuals, that's what is intimidating to them. If somebody said that to you, what would you do? Here, we all sit here, we all advocate. We can speak up, we can stand up. But these vulnerable individuals in these homes, they can't do that. They look to us for guidance. They look to us for help. And I ask you, and I ask that individual who said that to me, what if it was your niece? What if it was you watching your sibling at all hours of the day and night At one time, I was up 24 hours just right down the street, right here, 19th Avenue and Baseline. I called Capitol Security. I called Phoenix Police. I had the governor's office on the line from 8 p.m. all the way up till 6:30 p.m. I was out there driving the corners. I was in the park, the Cesar Chavez Park. I was looking all over because somebody decided to just leave my niece out there on the corner. There is no payphones out there. I tried calling Solari, and Solari said to me, she has to call, but they took away her phone. She had no phone. And I was out there looking for her all night long. Some of the senators know I reached out to them. That's the reality that's out there. Yet we continue to cater to Solari. We cater to these lobbyists and to these entities to protect them because they put money into our campaigns to keep our job so we can be reelected. And I think that that's where our constituency, we've lost sight of that. We're not speaking for our constituents. I don't care if I get $1 from any one of them. I'm not here for them. I'm here for my constituents. And I hope that from here to the 9th floor, that they start looking at those things. And I found out also that these sober living homes, they're not allowed to carry liability insurance. That's the reason why when somebody overdoses, they send them out with public safety and they say, I don't know who this person is. We don't know where they come from. And so many of these individuals end up in the paupers' graves. And that's the reason why when people die, they dump them in the streets. They dump them over by the freeways. They dump them in places, and people think that they've succumbed to the heat or whatever the case may be. And right now, these families of these victims, they are suing the state of Arizona because now that is the liability. And they are liable for that. How come we're not protecting the state's liability to ensure that these sober living homes are licensed and that if they're licensed, you're taking money for a service, then you should have liability. Food trucks have liability. Even small arts and crafts businesses have liability insurance. They're required to carry that. But a sober living home, it's not required. And the only thing I keep hearing is they're going to lose business. Why are we not looking at the alternative and finding ways to be able to build credible sober living homes? We don't have that discussion. I have not heard of one. All I hear is they're going to shut down. So I appreciate the moment of silence for my niece. For her, it was too late. It didn't have to end like that. And yes, I would like to continue this conversation. Senate President Peterson, you made a commitment. And I want to continue working with you and talking with you. Because all of a sudden, out of thin air, we can bring forth a bill. We have already beat this dead horse the past 3 sessions. And I think it's time that we bring forth a bill and put it before the governor and make sure that our residents are taken care of. They deserve that, a chance at life when so many have already been denied that. So again, I express appreciation, and every time that we have a moment of silence, no matter which side of the aisle, we give them respect, and we stand and we honor them. And I did watch that video. And it pains me to know that there was a point of order called. And I just think about my niece, her children, and her grandchild. We helped put her where she's at because of our inaction, because of our unwillingness to listen and to reason. So I just want to make that statement, and I want to express here my appreciation for everybody who supported the moment of silence on that day. Thank you, President Peterson.
Thank you, Senator Hatali. Appreciate all your work on this issue. You still have my commitment. We will continue to work on this. Before we recess here, we're at the point now where it's time to pass a budget. So the goal is to come back and pass the budget. That's what we want to do. So we will be communicating with the majority leader, the minority leader, talking about when that is. But that's our next move, folks. It's time to do it. Time to make it happen. Without any other points of personal privileges, okay? Without objection, the Senate will stand at recess until the sound of the gavel.